into open session. I think our first item would be to take the vote on the open meeting law complaint. So the chair would recognize a motion to authorize town council to
Respond on behalf of the board.
do what?
To respond on behalf of the board to the complaint.
So the chair would recognize a motion that the board authorize town council to respond on behalf of the board to the open meeting law complaint as with the response that the board has reviewed and discussed.
Second. First.
Bob makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Call for a roll call vote. Mr. Hassinger?
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman?
Aye.
Ms. Vesnahan?
Aye, sorry.
Did I hear a response from Andrea?
I didn't hear it.
She said something.
She's still
Couldn't
muted.
make it out.
I said aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Council will take care of
Yeah, I'll get this out.
producing the document and sending it.
Yep. Thank you.
And thank you, Council, for your assistance. Continuing with our regular agenda then, our first agenda item as always is public input. Did I call the roll for everybody?
Not since we got back
Sorry.
here.
No,
Well,
yeah, we need to.
We implicitly called the roll by calling for a roll call vote, but just as a matter of formality to call the roll at the top of the meeting for everyone who is present, Mr. Hassinger,
I'm here.
Mr. Venkatraman,
Present.
Ms. Bresnahan,
Present.
our associate member, Mr. Delamole,
Present.
town planner, Ms. Coughlin,
Present.
and staff, town office manager, Natalia Allward.
She's muted.
Natalia is muted, but we know she's here somewhere. She's upstairs.
Present.
Thank you. Alrighty, back to the regular order of things. Public input. If anyone has a matter to bring to the board's attention that is not on the agenda for this evening, now would be the time to speak up. If you're in the room, come to the podium. If you're on Zoom, raise your hand. Hearing none. Moving on the agenda, we have an action item, the draft decision on the request for plan approval at 5 Millennium Drive.
Okay, so let me
Ms.
just
Coughlin.
there. Sorry, bear with me for a second. Switching. Okay, so the decision was drafted incorporating all of the findings discussed during the public hearing and the information as presented in the exhibits. There was a couple of items that the board will need to discuss specifically. Those are flagged in the comments. I will just pull that up right now. Bear with me for a second while I do that. Okay. Okay. So, and Mr. Chair, you direct me accordingly if you want I would just ask if anybody, if folks could just mute themselves so there's no interference. Thank you. So, if Mr. Chair, you direct me accordingly, but I think if the best way to proceed would be to review the comments and then the blue highlight and discuss that and go from
Yes.
there. Okay, great. So, the first comment was pertaining to condition 14, which states this plan approval shall lapse within 2 years or 24 months from the date of the expiration of the appeal period if substantial use or construction has not commenced except in accordance with the law. This decision shall lapse after said applicable time period and no other work may occur. and the plan approval shall be deemed automatically rescinded unless the board grants an extension pursuant to section 13.15 of the bylaw. So I just flagged this when I uploaded the draft. A project approval remains valid and shall run with the land indefinitely, provided that construction has commenced within 2 years after the decision is issued, at which time shall be extended by the time required to abjugate any appeal from such approval, and which time shall be extended if the project proponent is actively pursuing other required permits for the project, or there is other good cause for the failure to commence construction, or as may be provided in an approval for a multi-phase project. So this, I confirmed this language with EOHLC, and our town council also reviewed it, as well as the applicant's council. They had a chance to review as well. So this is really standard language in the 40R regulations that we want to make sure that we're including here. So that's why that's flagged.
There was a slight bit of confusion on that point with our previous 40R approval, where we failed to take into account that the 40R statute basically allows the permit, the approval to live indefinitely, provided that construction starts within the appropriate time. So this is consistent with the 40R.
Yeah, and I'm happy to elaborate. There's obviously a lot more language in the comment than in the condition. So if you want anything specific that you want me to include, just let me know, and I will do
What
that.
I wanna know is, if the project doesn't start having work, when's the next time it would come to us?
They would need to address the board per the requirements of section 13.15 and provide a showing of good cause as to why the construction hasn't started.
When would that cut in?
Ideally prior to the lapsing. It has to be.
Well, when does it lapse?
Okay, so I see your point. So the date of the appeal period expires would be 2 years from that date, is my understanding.
2 years. Mm-hmm. So roughly 2 years from 3 weeks from now.
Roughly, yes. Sorry, that was a convoluted way to answer that question. Here you go.
And who monitors that? Is that something that this board has kind of a timer set on, so to speak, or who would actually know when that lapsed?
Mr. Chair, if I may answer that question. Yeah, that's a good question, Greg. Thank you. Yeah, that's my responsibility is to monitor and make sure, planning department will keep track of deadlines for permits and correspond with EOHLC to ensure that the showing of good cause is submitted, and continue to kind of correspond with any other requirements that involve the 40R district. And we keep the board updated with all of the kind of current information as it presents itself. We don't do everything in a vacuum, but those kind of administrative things, that's my job.
Got it.
Anything else on that point? Next.
Okay. So I was just making a point of clarification on condition 5, that this is done following clearing and after erosion controls are installed prior to building specific construction. So it's just, I think that it's beneficial to all parties to just be very clear, because a lot of when the construction process starts to unfold, there's a lot of different thresholds that are met, and I think it might be beneficial to be specific. So if the board doesn't have any concerns about that.
Any comments on that? Questions? Sounds like everybody's good with that.
Okay. Alrighty. Moving right along. So, I'm sorry. So I had noticed that the applicant had made a request that we do not include state holidays, but our typical language in our conditions is what I've presented. So I leave it to the board to decide. And the general, you know,
Yeah, I
we
think
typically comply with the general bylaw.
our general practice is
Yeah.
to prohibit work on state as well as federal holidays.
Okay.
And I see no reason to deviate from that. Anybody else on the board have a thought on that? The question comes up because the Commonwealth has the occasional holiday that is not a federal holiday.
Correct. Yes. So, just wanted to flag that. Alrighty. If nobody has any other concerns or questions about that, I'll go to my last comment before addressing the highlights. So, this condition C5 under subsection C, this is the typical language that's included in, you know, in most town site plan approvals, but but I'm not really, I would leave it to the board to kind of decide what they want to do here, because the entirety of the site is going to be cleared and blasted as demonstrated in the plans, and all existing trees within the approved limit of the disturbance area will be removed. So it's I don't want to take any, you know, a standard thing out without double checking with the board, but I mean, if the entire site is going to be cleared and it doesn't really.
Well, this condition, if I read this right, applies to the landscaping that the applicant is going to be doing.
Okay. Sorry.
And that strikes me as being pretty reasonable. You know, basically saying we want to make sure that the landscaping they promised to do actually gets done.
Yes. Okay. Yep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I can make a correction, Mr. Chair. This is supposed to be flagged for C7 down here. Condition 7. That's when you said
Okay.
landscaping, I was concerned. So just a point of clarification for folks in the room and on Zoom, that comment that I just explained is actually pertaining to C7, which says during clearing operations, all efforts will be taken to retain trees within the development. Trees along limits of work and adjacent to the roadway shall be examined during site inspections for being preserved where grading changes are minimal.
Yes, and
So-
in this case here, yes, that
Right.
the observation, if and indeed, you know, all efforts will be taken to retain trees. Well, sort of implicitly, that means where the development allows, you know, trees to be retained. It's sort of a non-issue here.
Yeah, again, Mr. Chair, if I may, just, this is language that we do have, and in case there was, you know, obviously it's.
Yeah, and in most projects, there are trees that can be retained,
Right.
can and should be retained.
Yeah. I just feel uncomfortable just omitting things without confirming with the board, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So those are the comments that I have, and then there was a request from the applicant for consideration for the board. So I'm happy to read this out loud if that's preferable to you, Mr. Chair, or if board members had a chance to review in advance. Let me know.
You can't read it on the screen.
Okay. So I will go ahead and.
So that first paragraph is basically saying that, given understanding that the project is proposed in several phases, that a certificate of occupancy for anyone, no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until the infrastructure, common facilities, and common improvements are constructed and installed so as adequately to serve said phase. That seems reasonably straightforward. The provision of security for something like that is something that we typically see in subdivisions, but not typically in projects of this nature. In fact, the reference to General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81U is specifically a subdivision law reference. You said this is something the applicant is suggesting?
Yep.
I mean, if the applicant
They
is willing to
requested.
do this, and
Yeah.
my only question would be whether it's appropriate, whether Chapter 41, Section 81U can be used as a reference here, because that's specifically subdivision law. But if the applicant is otherwise comfortable with providing security acceptable to the board in a fashion that's at least comparable to how it's done with subdivisions, I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's an added measure to confirm that the work will be completed. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing, I suppose. It's just for the board's own confirmation.
Like I said, although it's not something we normally see on a project of this nature, if it's something the applicant is proposing, and if it's acceptable to the board, why not?
Why not? Let's move along.
Would you like me to address that, Mr. Chairman? I know the hearing is closed, but with your permission, I'll speak.
Yes, clarifying the applicant's intent and suggestion here.
Thank you. Mark Bobrowski for the applicant. My office is in Concord, Massachusetts. This is a condition that I've put in on many 40B projects, just to give you a context for it. But you're right, it does typically apply in a subdivision. And the idea is the same. If the applicant is put the binder course down and now the building is ready for occupancy, but for the top course, he could put a security guarantee in place for the top course, get a temporary or a permanent CO and move into the building. It also would apply to things like landscaping, which is the next paragraph. If you're ready to loam and seed and it's December, it's not going to work. But if the building is already occupiable, then that would be a performance guarantee as well. So it just gives a little flexibility in terms of the applicants getting people into the building, both of these first two conditions. And you don't have to take advantage of it. You can finish all the work and then ask for the CO. But with the heavy trucks coming in at the end of the job, you don't want to be driving over curbs and things of that sort. So that's the notion behind it. And the four types of security, as you know, under 81U would be a covenant, which we're not interested here. The other would be a bond, money in escrow, or a tripartite agreement. So it just gives the applicant a choice of those three.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It kind of covers the second paragraph. The only thing I noticed in the second paragraph is that the ZBA is named.
Yes. Yep.
I sent a message.
Yes, Bob did catch that earlier, and yeah, I did confirm that we'll address it. And thank you, Dave, for also catching that. So we'll,
That
make
probably
sure that's
say
corrected,
planning
of
board.
course.
You think that'll say planning board when we get done?
Yes, I think so.
That's what I would like to see.
I think that'll work.
Okay. Alrighty.
And then the third paragraph has to do with modifications to the plan, and that does seem to relate somehow to our standard condition C2 under heading A. And see that standard condition basically talks about modifications that come to the planning board for review, and this one is a little different.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
there is a process that in our bylaw that outlines this and how to proceed.
So if this is consistent with the bylaw, which I didn't check on that.
It does, it does kind of encompass essentially what's written here, but there's a determination that needs to be made by the board, and this seems to kind of move toward that determination being made by the building commissioner, or in Grafton's case, the building inspector. So that's, we have a process outlined in section 13 of our bylaw about how to address plan changes and what qualifies as a minor change versus a major change, and that's how we've been dealing with this.
Any problem with this?
Well, does that match that language, or are you saying?
No, it does
Our
not.
language instead of that language?
I'm saying our language is different, slightly different than what's proposed here.
Our language.
Is there a way to align this with our language?
My recommendation would be to just reference the appropriate section of the bylaw of how plan
Yeah, what-
of how plan changes are processed and reviewed by the board, because the board is really
Yeah,
wants,
let's be consistent with our bylaw.
okay. Okay, and that's those are the only comments that I had, and there's nothing else flagged. I'll just do a quick cursory glance here to make sure that.
Anybody on the board have any questions or comments about the draft decision that
Sorry.
have not already been addressed?
Flying through this just to make sure there's no unaddressed.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I have one about the fair share for the traffic signal. So that's
Yeah, Greg?
what, F19? So is it still to be determined? The last line says is not acceptable. Is that something that's just being determined now, or will be determined in a later draft?
No, we're looking at approving this tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, the determination.
Right, the highlighted, the highlighted is not, and related, basically that's, we, as we vote on this decision, and part of the vote is to say whether everything is or is not acceptable. So, I think we've previously in our discussions, I think this particular example, I think we've at least informally reached the conclusion that it is acceptable. It's been kind of the subject of some back and forth discussion, but I think the end result was everybody seemed to be comfortable with it.
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, so at the last hearing, this was the last point of discussion that was closed, and the applicant provided the fair share that our peer reviewers found, and the determination was that they're providing the fair share contribution that and then the agreed upon number was 33,000.
Was this the one where our reviewer said that some different numbers?
Our peer reviewer said
Yeah, that's what I think too. Yeah. It was some different numbers in the meeting before, and they came back with this number, and then the board, we discussed it a little bit, but that was it.
Does this language incorporate that?
This language incorporates what was agreed upon at the last hearing. So the Ty and Bond the peer reviewer for the applicant, Ty and Bond, had originally proposed 28,400. The applicant came back and said that they would agree to 33,000, and the board discussed that at the last hearing.
33 is what you get if you use our peer reviewers.
Yes, and our peer reviewer vetted all of this.
Simple question.
Yeah. All right,
All
so
right, well, anything else?
if there's nothing else, perhaps a motion would be in order.
Move we approve the decision as with the adjustments we've discussed tonight.
And with all
And with favorable findings.
Favorable findings means the is and is nots are all, the favorable version of those are accepted.
Yeah. The sense that's needed in order to approve, whichever is that. There's a place or two where a no is what you need.
Right, it's, like it's not detrimental.
Did anyone second my motion?
I have not yet heard a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the board approve the decision with favorable findings and conditions all as drafted with the changes discussed at this meeting. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. The draft decision is approved, and it will go through the paper mill and make its way to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you. All right, it is almost but not quite 7:30. We have one other action item which we probably can take care of at this point fairly quickly.
Yes. Would you like me to? So, Mr. Chair, so to discuss, so the board may recall at the last hearing, we did have a butter to the gristmill property request that the board issue a cure notice against the developer for not maintaining the shrubs and the fence that's along his property line. So I reached out to council and I have not received a confirmation on how / if we can proceed with this. I'm continuing to maintain conversation with the gentleman, Mr. Kaufman, who I believe is here this evening, if he's interested in speaking further to this. But we're working on it. You know, these things are a process, and understand. You know, I understand that. You know, it's not always the most timely, but we are trying our best to make sure that we cover all of our bases and before we have any final action, because it's a little complicated. It involves deep diving into past documents. It's from, you know, the original decision is from 2016. The originally approved plans incorporated the fence, and there's findings in the original decision about the presence of the shrubs to help with drainage issues. So there's a reason for their presence, and we need to investigate the issue. It's a lot of moving parts. So I just want to assure Mr. Kaufman that, you know, we are working on it, and assure the board that I hope to have more information by the next hearing, and I will continue to follow up on this, and I want to make sure that folks know
I've never seen the term cure notice in Grafton Planning Board world, so
Right.
be interested in what we're doing. You know,
right.
that may just be another way of saying the same thing, but I'm
Right.
okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to respond to Mr. Hassinger, that's one of the things that we're trying to discern. If even the board can issue such a notice, or if it needs to be a different avenue how we do it. Nevertheless, you know, we're happy to work with Mr. Kaufman within the available avenues that we have, but we just don't want to take any action until council obviously vets it. So.
Yeah, I think that I don't think it would be particularly helpful for the board to speculate as to what kind of action we could take. I think the board would be very interested in understanding, you know, basically from council as to what actions are available to the board to deal with the situation, and then you know, depending on what those are, obviously. But I'm sure that can't speak for the whole board, but I'd be interested in understanding what the board can possibly do here to, you know, help out with the situation. But without knowing what our legal options are, we can only speculate, and probably that would not be a very productive use of our time. But hopefully by the time of our next meeting, if things go well, we will have some information from council, some advice as to what our options are.
And I will continue to follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Don't want us to drop it. If there's anything we can do here,
Sure. Yep.
I'm sure we'd like to.
And
7:30.
Lee, did you want to speak to this, please?
That's okay. So I appreciate what Ms. Coughlin's doing. However, my frustration is it hasn't been since the last meeting when I was here 3 weeks ago. This has been going on for 3.5 years now. There have been dozens of emails to the planning board, to the board of selectmen, to Ms. Coughlin, to Ms. Coughlin's predecessor, to the town administrator, Mr. Broussard, and it just doesn't seem like this is important enough. I've got enough problems taking care of my own property and finding time. I don't have enough time in my day or my week to take care of the developer. And what I guess I don't understand is he has a permit that was issued by this planning board, a special permit that was issued for the development. That, to the best of my knowledge, has not been closed out and turned over to the town to take over the property. So I guess my question is whether it's a cure notice, a seizing of his bond. I guess what I don't understand is how can a developer not be held accountable to the requirements of the special permit for 3.5 years?
That's what she's trying to find out.
Right.
We haven't had this situation.
Right, and my concern, all due respect, it's 3.5 years.
Yeah, but, you know, what motion should I make?
I don't know.
That's both of us.
I am not legal counsel. It does seem like the town has been in communication with legal counsel on other matters. It just doesn't seem like this is
She has
important.
been on this too.
Okay.
And they don't know yet. It's a very murky problem in this particular case.
So isn't that what bonds were for?
Bonds are for certain things. You can only do certain things with them. It's,
If I may, Mr. Chair.
yeah.
Yeah. So, the bond reclamation process takes time, and you're correct, Mr. Kaufman. The right of way, the town has no ability to interfere at the moment because we don't own the right of way infrastructure yet. The determination of completeness process will turn, the board will review the subdivision to determine if it's complete or not. Then we'll go to town meeting to have a road acceptance, and then DPW takes over from there for what's in the right of way. And that, unfortunately, at this point, like until it becomes town property, we are somewhat limited, and reclamation of a bond, that criteria is very specific on what you can and cannot do it for. So, but I did pose the question to council. I said, if it's not a cure notice,
What is it?
what is it? Yeah, because a cure notice, as to Mr. Hassinger's point, is not something this board typically does or gets involved with. But we're examining the avenues. So it's if we can try and find some relief through the bond reclamation process for the concerns, then we will do that.
Because there are significant funds that are out of pocket already for maintaining his property for the past 4 years. And just curious, when does the town plan on taking over the development? What's still outstanding? People have been moved into those homes for 3 years now.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So the potential applicant developer, they are getting their legal documents finalized, all of their easement and conveyance paperwork, their road acceptance plan, layout plans. They are almost there. They're still finalizing some the legal stuff. And I'm not going to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Sure.
They have their processes, but for what our criteria to make sure that the board can adequately determine that the subdivision is complete is to make sure all that legal background paperwork is done, and they have not been able to finalize that yet. They were hoping to try and come for this fall town meeting, but I don't think that they'll be able to make the deadline because the town warrant will be, the town meeting deadlines are coming up, so.
So another year, 2 years? What are we? I'm
I don't
pretty
think
frustrated here.
I don't think we can predict that.
Okay. So hopefully before I retire. All right.
it probably won't be accepted at fall town meeting because you can't complete all the hoops by then. I don't know how challenging the hoops are. You'd hope for the spring. He's going to have to take care of the roads, plow them. for another winter because of that.
which he hasn't done, right?
What? Oh, that's,
If I may, I know that I don't want to get into a big this or that, but you know, I've continued to reach out to the developer to tell them to maintain the property. You know, in terms of roadway maintenance, I have not heard anything that they haven't been maintaining the road. The issues that Mr. Kaufman is talking about is the shrubs and the fence. And the DPW did offer to take out the fence for Mr. Kaufman, and that was not something that was agreeable. So we're looking at, you know, we're trying to work with him and see what we can do. I mean, there's been
I was
discussion.
referencing snow plowing.
Yes, that's what I thought.
And
you
you're
were
saying that he's not plowing the snow?
Oh, no.
Well, how's it getting plowed?
3 or 4 days after the snowstorm.
Huh?
3 or 4 days after the
Oh,
snowstorm.
someone's
I
coming-
should say not in a timely manner.
Oh,
Let
not
me
in a timely
let me
manner.
correct my statement.
Well, this is the first that I've heard of this,
Yeah.
but
We have some, there's at least one subdivision where basically the developer eventually went away and wasn't doing the things that he needed to do. And we went through quite a thing,
I can imagine.
couple of years, 3.
Great. Okay. So I guess I'll want to put this on the next town.
yep, yeah, we'll just continue to address it. That's that's agreeable to the board.
Just, just make sure that we don't drop the ball, but short of that, right now, we're depending upon
Town council.
staff and council to, give the board whatever legal options we might
Sure.
have.
And again, I just want to be clear, whether it's a cure notice, a seizure of the bond, whatever the proper legal is.
Right, that's my question is,
Right.
What I want council to advise us as to what legal options do we have? Once we understand that, we might be able to, make a path forward.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Alrighty, it is now slightly past 7:30, the appointed time for public hearings, of which we have altogether 4. Before we begin the public hearings, we have quite a few people here, but we don't appear to have yet the overcrowding problem that we've had to deal with in the past. But just so everybody's aware, seating capacity in this room is limited to 48. I currently see some empty seats, but if we should happen to have more people coming in to the point where all seats are filled, we have overflow in conference room F upstairs. And although this doesn't appear to be likely tonight, if we were to fill out both rooms and have more people wanting to attend a hearing, we would have to postpone the hearing to another time and place. But I don't think I need to deal with that any further tonight. Right now, it looks like we have a few empty seats.
We don't have as many seats taken up here, and I think we count these too.
Yes, we do.
I don't, so
So,
there might be more seats available than just those. I count.
in a crunch, yes. All right, we have our first public hearing is a new public hearing for a request for special permit at 3 Maroney Road.
Mr. Chair, Andrea will need to read the legal notice for this.
Yes, Andrea, do you have the
Correct.
legal notice?
I do have it. Thank you.
All right.
The Grafton Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, August 12th at 2024, commencing at 7:30 p.m. in the conference room A at Grafton Memorial Municipal Center, 30 Providence Road, to consider an application pursuant to section 4.4.4 of the Grafton zoning bylaw for a special permit for sign relief relating to square footage of a freestanding sign for the Touchstone Community School to be located at 3 Monterey Road, shown as Grafton Assessor Map 111, Lot 5A. Said property located in the Agricultural A zoning district. The applicant owner is Touchstone's Community School, Inc., Emily Sugarman, Chair of Marketing. A copy of the application plan is available for public inspection at the Planning Department during regular business hours on the Town of Grafton website on the Planning Department Development Projects page.
Thank you.
Emily Sugarman, 21 High Street, Chair of Marketing for Touchstone Community School, and here representing them today. And this is my first time speaking at a planning board meeting. So, do you want me to take you through the project, or have you already reviewed it?
Yeah, this will be the board's first official view of it. I mean,
Oh, great.
most of us have probably read the materials ahead of time, but
I've read the materials, and I have a couple of concerns or questions, which we'll get to eventually.
Yeah, let's begin by, explaining the project to us.
So Touchstone owns the property from the corner of Maroney Road to the Upton line, and that's frontage on 140. Currently, we have a small sign there that's in the town of Upton, technically, and it's, you can, like the red arrow, oh, sorry, Fiona, can you scroll up?
Sure.
Yes, the red arrow is sort of pointing to it. So that's our current sign there. And we would like to have a larger sign on the corner of Maroney, which is one of the two main, not entrances to the school, but the roads that lead to the school. So that's the short version. A longer version is that our marketing graphics designer person designed a sign that's 10 by 6, and it sounds like a huge sign, but if you, can you scroll to the, thank you. I know, but wait until you see, do you have the second document? We put up a temporary sign because that seems so huge, right? Like massive, but you can barely see the temporary sign. All right, so the purple sign, that's the temporary sign. It is 3 feet shorter than the proposed sign, but it's the same width. So you can see that it is, despite its size, perhaps appropriate for the space. Coming from the other direction, you can hardly see it at all. And we may do a little bit more clearing. We're balancing the green screening needs of the campus versus the needs of the sign. And then if you, I think at the very end of this, I think is a picture of the sign, the proposed sign that is, yeah, this is coming from Upton. You cannot barely see the purple sign. Mm-hmm. But at the very bottom, there's my family clearing the land. Okay, yeah, nice stone wall we uncovered under there. We were quite pleased with that. Oh yeah, there. So those are the proposed signs, and we will paint them and et cetera, but that's what we're hoping for.
I don't understand the top left. Is that what you're showing in the?
Yes, so the top left will be the white part of the sign.
Yeah.
And then the bottom left is that like little green banner.
I see.
Fiona, did you have any comments on this?
I didn't have anything significant, just because the applicant did quite a good job in providing a lot of information for the board. I mean, including a makeshift sign, which is great. So thank you for that. It's just from my perspective, just seeking relief. There's nothing that I had any concerns with regarding this application. But the applicant and myself did meet with the building inspector who vetted the application as well, and because I know that he has he's very particular, or was very particular about signs. So, you know, building department has had their eyes on this too, because ultimately they are going to enforce the decision that this board makes. So we try and loop them in early in the process. And yeah, I guess I think that this is, I don't have concerns, in short. Long-winded way of saying I don't have concerns.
A couple of observations of mine. The zoning district, as you know, and as you highlighted in the application, it's an agricultural, it's called agricultural, but it's one of our residential zoning districts, in which a freestanding sign may be no more than 2 square feet in area, which is small.
Postage stamp compared to this.
So this sign, the proposed sign, you describe it as being 6 feet by 10 feet, but the actual sign area, not counting the posts, the actual sign area looks like it's about 4 by 6, roughly 4 feet high and about 6 feet wide, maybe slightly less.
Excluding the posts?
Excluding the post.
I think that it is bigger than that. Unless you would like it to be smaller than that, in which case we will absolutely make it smaller than that.
Yeah, I'm just sort of estimating from what I see in the picture there.
So it's definitely 6 oh, you know what? It is, it's like 3.9 by shade under 6. I have it in the text,
so round number is 4 by 6, which is 24 square feet, which, if you think of the use of the land as a non-residential use, in a non-residential zoning district, the comparable limit for the size of a sign for a lot with the amount of frontage these lots have is 75 square feet. So you're well under the maximum allowable sign if this were to be in a non-residential district. You do have an existing, we're talking freestand, what the sign bylaw describes as freestanding signs. You have one already in front of the building on Leland Street.
Yes, 54 Leland.
And that's on the lot at 54 Leland. This sign would be on the lot at 3 Maroni, so it's actually on a different lot. And it is well under the maximum allowable for a use like this if it were not in a residential district. Yep. So I really have no problem with the proposal here. I think it's fairly modest.
Wait, I can make it
what
bigger.
Could have been done. The other point I'll make is that you're proposing that it be illuminated, and again, in a residential district, illuminated signs aren't allowed. But given that this use is not residential, I think maybe the board would be willing to contemplate some leeway on that. Other comments from the board at this point, Bob?
First of all, I seem to remember that the rule is that you measure the hole outside when you're figuring out the size of a sign, not what's in here. I remember that coming up years ago in some other signs. We have to go back and see if we can find that rule. I drove by.
Thank you.
Didn't have the opportunity. I didn't have my tape measure, so I didn't stop to measure that. But I looked at that and I said, "That's no 10 by 6." It doesn't give. I don't think it gives a good sense of the mass of what you're going to be putting up. But then, in addition, you're looking for this to be, what is it, 4.4.4 something or other. There's a section of the zoning bylaw that gives us some very particular abilities to grant reliefs. And after I went through all that, because I don't remember doing that before. I guess we must have thought about it because we adopted the bylaw since I've been around. I didn't find the provision that actually fits, because that says the only things you can do are the following things. It's not like, you can grant whatever you want. It's if it's this, if it's that, if it's so many square feet. Or maybe it's a combination of those. And I couldn't fit this to the exact provision that we'd have to vote. So, gonna need a little help with that.
My understanding is that 4.4.4 says that we can, not by we, I mean you, that what I am asking for is relief from all of the above requirements. And
But it says, the wise, we can only grant certain things, and only for, you have to have the specific thing, as I read it. Maybe you've read it.
Mr. Vice Chair, so are you referring to, if I think I'm understanding correctly, the language in 4.4.4 that says relief shall be granted in cases where either an extreme or unusual condition exists or enforcement of the bylaw would involve practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship. Provided in each case, deliverable relief may be granted without substantially derogating from the intent and purpose of the bylaw. You're talking about that language, trying to make a
I'm talking
decision.
below that where it says specific thing.
Criteria.
And it says they have to be, I can't get the bylaw up here very easily.
So it says in granting a special permit under this section, the board shall make findings on which to base its determination with respect to the following criteria. And there's criteria listed A through I, but it does elaborate further and say, due to unique or uncharacteristic circumstances and conditions that may exist relative to a particular application under this subsection, the board shall not be limited solely to these criteria. And I think that there's some site conditions that were very specific and challenging.
Okay.
Sort of.
Doesn't, I only looked at it once today, so, I don't know. I'll look around while you.
Sure. And just, if I may, Mr. Chair, just elaborate a little bit further that there's even more language under this section, that the board may impose, conditions, safeguards, limitations, or restrictions as it deems appropriate that are not inconsistent. So there's a little bit of, flexibility the way the bylaw is worded. It's my understanding, obviously, the board has the final say, but I just wanted to highlight that. If I may ask the applicant a question. So you were...
Let me see if I can find it while you
Okay.
do other stuff.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just direct a question to the applicant?
Go ahead.
So this picture in particular, we're looking at, you said you found this stone wall. So there's some other specific site conditions that were challenging. Do you mind just maybe outlining that for the board? Because I think that it might help with our review.
absolutely. So, first off, as I'm sure you know, there's no sidewalk there. So previous to us clearing the shrub and whatnot, this was a mostly impassable corner if you were going to walk. So as we cleared it, we came to the rock wall, and we had a member of our community come and check out the wall and sort of determine its, obviously, I mean, we like it, but also it seems like it may have been on the land before Touchstone was there, and so we wanted to avoid it at all costs. So they set 15 feet setback from the rock wall, or from the street, landed us just in front of the rock wall. So then we did an additional setback to be sure to avoid it and not come anywhere near it. Then in the foreground of the picture, there's a hill, and the way that our landscape architect explained it to me was that because you can't exactly see it in this picture, but the street and the grass and the wall go up this hill. And he said, look, that would have only been done and maintained like that if this was structural integrity for the big tree that's on the corner, or too difficult to drill down, or, so again, we don't want to touch that corner. we want to be more set back than that. And that is what necessitated what seemed like a large sign, but as turns out is about half the size of, potential other signs. So, again, that sign, the purple sign, is the right width. It is just shorter than the proposed sign. Fiona, did that answer your question? I ended up in.
Yeah, I think, I think it's important for the board to just get a full picture of some of the limitations, of the area, so it'll.
Oh, also, it's protected wetlands, just on the other side of the clearing, which Touchstone values highly and wants to keep protected. And that is why we requested solar light. Like, we don't want to do any kind of, solar powered. We don't want to do any kind of disruption to the wetlands. So I think that is a good summary of that little spot in the universe.
All right, I want to get back to Bob in just a moment here. Any other members of the board have a question here? Questions, comments?
Sure, I have a quick question. So will the light need to be on at night? I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of the light.
So it is, first of all, it is at the board's discretion. So if you do not want a light on at night, there will be no light on at night. The idea was that it would, like, from dusk, say, because these have like timers or whatever, it would put a little bit of light up so that traffic coming and going at rush hour would be able to see the sign.
Where there's a provision in the bylaw about sign illumination being turned off within a half an hour after the closing of the, in that case, it's businesses for the most part.
No sign may be illuminated more than 30 minutes before opening or after closing of any store or business. That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
So we're a nonprofit school. I don't know if that matters, but
Not exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
it reflects the town's wishes, whether or not the businesses always follow that rule.
well, no, hey. No, we're not here to create trouble.
Yeah, well, we'll have a new building official, and we'll see how he feels. Shall I go back here to my bylaw thing? 444, special cases relief. There's A through I findings that we have to make. I think that's in addition to the 1.5.5 findings that we always have to make on a special permit. But then the planning board may grant relief for the following: off-premises institutional directory signs, alternative location for a directory sign. And directory signs, I'm not sure, but I think the thought there was that those are those ones that have, like the names of all the businesses.
Yes.
Use of one sign which is not otherwise permitted by right by these bylaws per lot, which shall not exceed 12 square feet and shall not be illuminated, and relief from requirements of 4.4 with respect to the size, height, installation of signs pursuant to 44259, minimum setback, location on or off premises, or quality of signs. Those are the only ones, I think it says. Planning board may grant relief for the following. So I want to see us get a mesh between those that fits. And I'm not sure, just, first time through, I wasn't sure. It certainly wasn't documented exactly what we're trying to do in terms of the law.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the board? This being a public hearing, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this project? I see none. No hands on Zoom. So other than the question of which category this would fit under the four that Bob listed, I'm pretty sure that what's being requested here seems to fit under the 4.4.4.4 relief from requirements of section 4 with respect to size. Height, I'm not sure that there is a height variation here, but size certainly for the zoning district that it sits in. Location,
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at 4444, which is pretty, which covers a lot of territory.
44259. Amendments
Mr.
of
Chair.
4.4.
Yeah.
Which are minimum setback, location, or quantity of signs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 44259 is referring to
Okay, maybe
visibility.
maybe-
in a
maybe-
corner.
minimum setback.
But I think,
Okay, maybe it works.
yeah, so I think, I think we want to be sure that we've classified this, that we do fit this in, assuming the board would like to grant permission for this. Bob's point is we want to make sure that we actually have the power to do that.
Yeah, and if we get it wrong, then down the road, we'll be hearing from lots of other people.
Yes.
So it's wise to get it right.
Yeah.
So,
So, at this point, if there are no further questions from the board, no questions from the public, is there any information that we need to receive that we don't already have in hand?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I don't believe so. I think that the board will need to make that determination now as to how they would like,
Yes.
so we can get some direction.
move we close the hearing.
That's where I was thinking we were headed.
I second that.
Moved and seconded that this hearing be closed, and I'll take it as a part of the
And-
motion that staff be directed to draft a decision.
Yes, I said that, you didn't hear me.
Yeah, I was sure that you, I just didn't hear it right. Alrighty,
Wait,
motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Hassinger,
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan,
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman,
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Presumably, unless something interferes with this process, our next meeting, we will have a decision ready for the board to vote on.
Yes, so if I may, Mr. Chair, so I'll work on the paperwork that basically outlines what was discussed during the hearing, and then, yeah, they will move to approval, have it up on the website in advance. Okay?
thank you.
Do they have to do anything with conservation?
Great job.
Thank
You
you.
mentioned wetlands.
It's nowhere, it's nowhere near those wetlands. It's not, it does not encroach on the wetlands.
You don't need something from them.
No.
Luckily. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, good on that.
Thank
Thank you.
8 Pine Street.
Our next hearing is for 8 Pine Street. Andrea, you have the notice for that?
I sure do. Let me pull it up real quick. Looking forward to reading this. Okay. The planning board will hold a public meeting on Monday, August 12th, 2024, commencing at 7:30 p.m. to consider an application for a modification to plan approval to amend Condition 6 of the plan approval decision, which has been issued for a mixed-use transit-oriented development, including residential and retail space on property located at 8 Pine Street and shown as Grafton Assessor's Map 5, Lot 5. Said property is located in a low-density residential R40 and the North Grafton Transit Village overlay. NGTVOD zoning districts. The applicant owner is GSX ODG LLC. A copy of the application is available for public inspection at the planning department during regular business hours on the Town Grafton website on the Planning Board Department Development Projects webpage.
Thank you. Now, begin with the applicant here.
Great, thank you. My name's Sarah Stein with O'Connell Development Group out of Holyoke, Massachusetts, for the applicant. Sorry, can you, is that better?
Oh,
Do you want me to repeat?
that's the best it's gonna be.
Okay. So what this is a change to the approval. It's really just an extension. We're looking for another year. We were here last year, and we have worked diligently over the last year to make this development a reality. In April, we did file the permanent solution with no conditions with Mass DEP, which means the site is fully clean. The groundwater's been tested, so all the demo had been completed, but that was confirming the site was clean of lead and arsenic. So that was good news. That's been filed and was sent to the town as well. And then just last month in July, we did have the wetland delineation reconfirmed. We need to go forward with the Conservation Commission on renewal of a new notice of intent and order of conditions. So we are in progress on that as well, but we've had Time Bond on site, and they took a new look at all the wetlands and confirmed that the delineation is the same as it had been. So we are working to ramp back up. We're also bringing a new team member on board and a new general contractor to get started hopefully later this year, moving towards making this a reality. Obviously, things are different than in 2020 when we submitted this RFP for many reasons, but hopefully we're getting closer to normal in a few respects, and we would just like another year with the plans as they had previously been approved.
Anything from staff here?
Yes, sure. So we are processing, so the board may recall, may not, we have had some new members since. The applicant did come before the board last year for a request for determination of minor modification. And then there was also a request for determination of minor modification in 2022. We are processing this as a full modification because the language of the condition changed. So we wanted to make sure that it was memorialized in the registry of deeds. That's why we process this not as a determination of minor modification and a full modification with a hearing and a butters notices. Just to kind of go off of what the applicant said, I mean, this particular ask is pertaining to the timeline specifically. The applicant did ask for an extension through July 9th, 2025. I've been in contact with EOHLC and the point of contact there for 40R districts. As we know, this is in the North Grafton Transit Village Overlay District. Based on the feedback that I received from EOHLC, the applicant would need to provide a determination of good cause to extend beyond June 9th, 2025. And I include this in my memo to the board that's uploaded into the record, but just to be compliant with and consistent with the feedback that we got from the state last year when there was a request for an extension for the timeline. I think the board should consider the extension only going until the date that EOHLC said, which would be June 9th, 2025 and not July. So it's only a month difference, but we want to be consistent and we want to make sure that, the applicant and, planning department will work to, will send in to EOHLC that determination of good cause as to why, if the project isn't able to get up and running within the next year. So, but other than that, I think that the applicants summarized everything else. My memo really goes into depth about the EOHLC correspondence, but happy to answer any questions.
So we're currently beyond the deadline in the current?
No, we would be, if the applicant will need to demonstrate to EOHLC a determination of good cause as to why the start of construction has not started by June 9th of 2025. They were requesting an extension for July 9th, 2025.
An extension of,
The start of construction.
and when would that fall now? And if we don't give or until we give the extension?
They requested an extension last year
Yeah.
through this summer, and now they're here to renew.
Well, what date this summer?
The date of this summer?
It's
Are we,
July 9th. It has, we filed this on July 2nd, but it then expired the
okay,
next
good
week.
enough.
So it has expired.
when people get past their date before they ask for an extension, traditionally it's not so good, but you got in.
Yep.
I had just, if I may, I hadn't actually realized the June to July EOHLC concern. An 11-month versus 12-month extension would be fine with us.
It's just it's 1 month.
Right. Oh, I mean 11-month versus 12-month, like.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
1 month less. Yes.
So you're saying that 1 month less doesn't affect
Correct.
anything that you're going to do.
Correct. So I'm fine revising this to June 9th. I don't have an issue with that.
Anything else?
I
Anything else?
I have some questions.
Andrea.
Yeah. So what's holding up the construction?
What has held it up over time has been changing conditions with regards originally with COVID and pricing and interest rates. What we have done over the last year is brought in a new general contractor to try and work on that. We had completed all of the demo. I'm not sure who has been involved as long, but this was the old state hospital, so all of the demolition was completed, all of the cleanup was completed, but then there was a longer pause than we had originally anticipated until we started the new construction, and it was largely due to market conditions.
Mm-hmm. And so this is GSX, and you own the land, or this is owned by?
So I'm with O'Connell Development Group. The owner, the applicant is GSX ODG LLC. So we're a partnership of O'Connell Development Group and GSX. We do own the land as GSX ODG LLC. And we have put pretty significant work into it in terms of the demolition, the cleanup, and then all of this environmental cleanup that I referenced. We got final sign off of earlier this year.
And you all did let the town know that it was expiring before it expired, or
yes,
it was just an oversight?
And I mean, Fiona or Natalia had actually reached out to us as well. I mean, we keep in relatively frequent communication especially as some of these dates come up.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, what factors go into estimating that you'll actually be able to get going within the next 11 months or whatever it might be?
I guess it goes back to finding the right contractor and then the right local subs to make it work. And that's why, like I said, we've been talking with a new general contractor over the last few months.
And the problem is that the financial aspects aren't coming through as originally hoped when you proposed, or there's some other impediment to actually getting somebody to do the work?
No, the major delay had to do with pricing that was put together in 2020 and 2021 initially. When we put this RFP together in 2020, the world looked a little different than it does today. I mean, prices in the construction industry have been pretty volatile in the last 4 years, and they have now, like I said, started to at least level out. So it's easier to make plans now than it was a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Anything else from the board? Anybody from the public wish to speak to this? I see no hands here in the room, no hands on Zoom.
Dave, I have a question.
Yes, Prabhu.
So going back to the earlier question, so if the rates are all being favorable, what is the confidence that you would, with this one more extension, you would be able to get started? Do you guys feel more confident that you can get started once you line up the contractor, assuming the financials are all much more favorable compared to 2020?
We do. I've been in my role within our organization, Oklahoma Development Group, for about 2 years. And so when I was here last year asking for the extension, I did not have as much to say as I do right now. I was pretty much just asking for another year to figure it out, which I think is pretty much what I said then. But now, in terms of what we've done, we have figured out a path forward. And like I said, we've started to make efforts in the last couple months in that direction. I mean, we had our wetland scientists back out just last month to confirm the wetland delineation hadn't changed because it had been 3 years. So we had to confirm that hadn't changed, and we did do that. So we are starting to get moving again.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Sorry, just one more question. I'm sorry about that. So are you also requesting for a major modification of the plan, or you're not changing the plan of the project?
The only change we're requesting is to condition 6, and it's just to go from 3 years to 4 years to 2025 and 2024. It's simply an extension.
Okay.
If there's nothing else from the board,
Move we close the hearing and direct staff to prepare a draft decision. Okay. If someone seconds it, then I'll. If someone
Second.
seconds it,
I think I just heard Prabhu second it. Motion
Yes.
made and seconded.
yeah, I'd like us to be doing the June 9th date. Call the question.
All right. No further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. Fiona will take care of the paperwork,
Okay.
and the new date will be June 9th.
Great. Thank you very much.
And the other dates that follow from that.
Great. Thank you.
We
I
have
appreciate your
to
time.
sign, we have to approve the draft.
I'm just gonna run to the restroom before we start the next one, if that's okay.
Good.
Just gonna run to the restroom very
Okay.
quickly, I'll be right.
All right. We'll take a momentary break. Alrighty. We are ready to continue. Our next hearing is a continuation of the public hearing for the project at 12 to 27 Upton Street, the redevelopment of the old DPW site. We'll have some updates from the applicant. We'll have follow that with discussion with the board and the applicant, and we will then open the floor for public comment. As always, given the level of public interest in this, I want to remind everybody that we ask that commenters respect everybody's time and avoid repeating what has already been said, because everything up to now is on the record and will not be forgotten. We'd ask that speakers be respectful and courteous and focus on matters within the planning board's jurisdiction. And we will ask that everybody be courteous and respectful of each speaker's right to be heard and refrain from expressing approval or disapproval in any manner, whether audibly or visibly. With that, as a quick reminder, let's hear about what's new.
Sure. My name is Jean Christie, principal engineer with Ty and Bond. So over the past couple of weeks since we were here last, we have made some modifications to the plans. We've progressed with both the traffic and the civil stormwater peer reviews, and have a presentation for the group tonight. If you go to the next slide, Fiona. I do want to remind folks, we did receive a finding from town council about the RFP and what the board is here to review tonight, being specific to the site plan review, special permit applications before you. As a reminder, at this point, we've worked through a number of iterations so that we are no longer requesting any waivers or variances from the town for this development. Really, we're looking for the special permit at this point. So it's a quick agenda about what we're going to talk about tonight. Probably going to, go through some of these as quickly as possible and then go back to them as we need to. So Fiona, if you want to keep going. As we heard at last meeting, there was some question about, the RFP response and the project as it is proposed today. Just wanted to provide some of those numbers for the board, just to kind of have it out there for that. Talking about what the project has been modified to look like, going from a larger development to a smaller one, and reducing some of the impacts associated with development. So that was just that one. We can go to the next though. This is the fly-through video that we've shown a couple times. This one has not changed since last time. This is the same video, but I do want to show everybody to remind folks, what we're looking at here. Fiona, if you can play that, I hope it works for you.
Just not. Hold on 1 second.
If you hit the space bar.
Oh, thank you.
I've done it many times as well. I know we have some architecture staff on the call if they wanted to, if John Fisher was available to opine on anything here.
Yes, thank you. As you head east on Upton Street from Grafton Town Common, you pass by the Grafton Inn on your left and Public Library on your right. After you catch up with the barn, you pass by the post office and existing residence, which is screened from our project with clusters of trees. The new building is an L shape with a long facade set back from the street. The facade mass is broken up with material change, inset balconies, and grouped windows with trim detailing to help further reduce the scale. The end walls of each wing feature forms and brick detailing that blend with the architecture of other prominent buildings in Grafton, including the public library and the firehouse across the street. And on the back side of the building, it is screened by the existing mature trees and foliage of the wetlands.
And as we go through the next couple of slides, there's a number of them. We have provided some architectural renderings and elevations and floor plans just for the board's information. If we need to go back to them, we can. But John, if you're available to kind of walk through some of these.
Yep. The exterior facade materials are a combination of brick and fiber cement shakes and paneling. The hipped roof will be asphalt shingles. As mentioned previously, the facade is punctuated by inset balconies. The main entrance is emphasized with a curved canopy and grand arched window. The end for each wing is highlighted with a full brick accent wall similar to the firehouse and library, featuring inset herringbone pattern and round window. The detailing and material changes continue around the entire building. The exterior of the community room features a brick wall with a chimney and French doors. This is the front elevation parallel to Upton Street. The arched entry there on your right end, to the third of the way in, quarter of the way in there. That's the public main entry, and deliveries move in, move out on the left where that overhead door is, as well as services.
You can probably keep going. Okay.
Yeah. This is the end, the one on the left, the end facing Grafton, out closest to Grafton, of the long leg of the building that goes out towards the Upton Road. So, gentry underneath.
What was the material, the red material on that last?
It's brick.
It is brick. Is it all brick
Yes.
or just there's that, but then there's,
Everything that you see shaded red is brick.
okay. Well, brown.
Yeah, probably keep going. John, do you have anything to describe about the floor plan? We have this one and the next sheet that gives a little different representation.
Yeah, the first floor plan has multiple amenity spaces for the residents, including a mail room with a package concierge, a bicycle storage room, a dog wash room, a meeting room, a fitness room, and a business center. Large community room features a kitchen with bar seating, a fireplace with a large TV and pool table and tabletop shuffleboard, soft seating areas, as well as tabletop seating and banquet seating for a variety of options for gathering and events, as well as access to an exterior patio, which is on the backside facing the wetlands, with grills and a fire pit.
And those, more resident amenity spaces are shown on this plan in the orange. I know that there's also two shades of yellow, which are both residential units, but the orange is those community spaces inside the building. Okay, keep going. As far as the site plans go, there has been some updates. We did propose previously at our last meeting to maintain the barn. The layout has been revised to reflect using the barn not necessarily for parking, but for other uses. So therefore, we had to modify the parking and find more parking spaces, which is what this plan is in front of you now. We had to balance the zoning requirements of no parking in the setback with providing 10-foot planted buffer zone along property lines, stormwater management facilities, as well as internal landscaping requirements, which this layout does meet. It did alter the amenity spaces on the right-hand side of the page, which I'll talk about in another minute or two. But with this layout, we were able to meet our parking requirements, which will also parlay into the next one. If you do 2 more clicks. So at the traffic peer review's recommendation, we did, reconsider how many short-term parking spaces we're providing. We are now designating 3 parking spaces at the main entrance to be short-term. This is for, the post office use, even though they're right down the street, if they need to deliver with a vehicle, of course. Amazon, Uber, deliveries and things like that. So those are car deliveries, not truck deliveries. So, Those 3 spaces are the ones highlighted at the front entrance on the plan here. So with that, we are providing 1 parking space for the barn at this point, over on that left-hand side, specifically for the barn and whatever use that may be. These 3 parking spaces for short-term parking, and then 179 to meet our zoning requirement for the development, for a total of 183 parking spaces. I'll go 2 more. So then with those parking spaces changing, we did also look at amenity spaces. We really wanted to try and keep, all of the amenities that we had on site for our residents, but we had to, shrink them down a bit. So what this does is we still have the dog park, a flexible lawn space to be used however residents may want. We have a bocce court, and there's also still outdoor seating areas for, for grouping a step for, get-togethers. There's also still on the other side of the project, which I don't have a picture of on this, the outdoor amenity spaces behind the building, as John had mentioned, where there are grilling and eating places, as well as just, socializing and fire pits and things. Yep, 1 more. So for the peer review update, we did receive a couple final letters from traffic received last week, and I believe Bob's here. If you want to ask him any questions. The couple things that came out of that one were relative to, the fair share contribution that we've proposed to the town for traffic improvement, traffic safety issues. We proposed that at $29,600, and that was based on a methodology of, we have this much increase in traffic. Here's what some, mitigation costs would be for construction, and balancing it that way. We had discussed with MDM that approach and agreed upon that. And Bob, if you wanted to chime in, absolutely. But I do wanted to also add that we did also agree to the funding the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, RRFB, as well. And I think that was dealt with in a previous letter there. Any questions on that?
I do. So, just a quick question for the applicant, Mr. Chair. So the rectangular rapid flashing beacon, DPW is all okay with that, and then I'm clear, the overlap of that with the road safety audit recommendation versus the fair share contribution. Could you just
the RRFB was a separate, pretty concise little thing. Remember the Upton Street is under DOT jurisdiction. They're putting in the crosswalk across Upton Street to Cumberland Farms. They did not propose.
I missed it. Who's putting it?
MassDOT, DOT.
Because you're beyond the end of what they maintain.
They're doing the sidewalk project, which included the crosswalk.
All the way to the common?
I don't know what the extents go that way. I think it's just to the railroad tracks.
Okay, but the state maintenance ends where the DPW, essentially where the DPW.
Right. This is in front of where our auxiliary parking lot is, across the street, across Upton Street. So that is still, as my understanding is, that's DOT ownership there. So they're putting in the crosswalk. They did not propose to put in this flashing beacon, and this is your standard pedestrian flashing beacon. The thought was that, the DPW may not feel that it's warranted yet because there's not as much pedestrian traffic along there at the moment, but it might be in the future. So they did want to include the RRFB as a mitigation component. As far as the fair share contribution piece goes, that based on, I guess, discussions with MDM and, what we proposed to the town in terms of the fair share was to be used how the town needed, whether it's to fund a signal or whether it's to do other safety evaluations, not necessarily in front of Upton Street, but in other areas of town like the Common. That's what those funds would be going towards.
Just so I have it straight. So the rectangular rapid flashing beacon will be something that you are proposing that will supplement the MassDOT crosswalk work that's already
Right.
going to happen.
It would be a payment to the town to do that work, not that we are doing it,
You're not
because it would be
installing the flashing.
correct. It would be installed as needed by the town.
Okay, and that is part of the fair share contribution.
That is in addition to that 29,000
Okay,
fair share
got it.
contribution. That was kind of a separate item from that one.
Sure.
so.
I just wanted to make
Yep.
sure, just for the record, so we know. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
So those were the couple of things on the traffic peer review. With the civil stormwater peer review, it appears that everything's been addressed. There were a couple of items that were, that we did send them these revised drawings, the revised stormwater report. They were able to turn that around really quickly. And determine, we didn't change the approach to stormwater. Everything stayed the same as it has been throughout the project. But they did turn around a letter this morning. There was 2 items on there that we wanted to just bring to attention. Neither of them will change the project at all. One is the relocation of a section of flush curb to direct stormwater in a little different direction, and the second one is to add additional plantings along the northern drive aisle in the auxiliary lot. Fiona, if you could go back, 6 or so clicks back to, yeah. So if you look at the top of the parking area where we have the drive aisle going along that northern property line, where we get closer to it on the right-hand side, we have trees proposed, but we don't have as much lower growth planting. So the idea is to add more low growth plantings at that point to shield from, I think it's 8 North Street. So those were the 2 items. I think those are minor enough that they likely don't require plan modifications and reissuing a whole new set of plans and whatnot. So we were hoping that if the board was willing to entertain a condition of approval to include those both as a final permit set or a final construction set prior to construction. So that was the stormwater, civil stormwater peer review. I think that was all the only 2 issues that were brought up. And then lastly, Fiona, if you want, it doesn't really matter in the presentation, but the fire department has seen the latest layout and are okay with the turning movements there. They also had a request to modify where our fire department location was on the building so that they can get to it easier. So we were able to accommodate that. So in the next couple of sheets, it's really, the same thing you've seen before, with the updated layout on them. Fiona, if you want to go. So it's our ortho photo of the area, existing conditions. And if you click one more, it just toggles the proposed on top so you can see what that looks like. The next 2 ones are a little more zoomed in, so we can get into those if we have other, if there's any questions of the board that warrant us to look at a little deeper at that. You can probably just pan through the next couple. Just zoomed in. And then that was it for the new information for tonight. Do you have anything you'd like to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So I think at this point, we're happy to answer questions.
I just have a quick question, Mr.
Fiona.
Chair. So, just so I'm clear, so the fire department has reviewed everything and produced a final confirmation. I haven't talked to the chief in a few days, so
I haven't seen a written response from them.
Okay.
I know that they were happy with the
This is their
turning
part of the meeting
maneuvering
that almost
last
won't
time.
come back down here.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The fire department had issued a statement saying that they were good with the turning movements. They hadn't yet seen that we relocated the fire department connection, but I think that's minor and,
Okay.
but we can make sure that they receive that final set, but.
Okay, and then that was one of the comments that were, sorry, I'm not remembering everything 100% correctly, but so is that one of the comments that Graves flagged?
They did not, nope, Graves
Okay.
did not flag that.
Okay, got it.
What's your status with Conservation Commission?
We're going to be before them tomorrow night. We've had some back and forth recently with the most revised set of plans. The impacts to the wetlands at that point haven't really changed substantially. With the stormwater peer review, we think we're in pretty good shape to close tomorrow night. I think there was a couple of waivers that were discussed with, or that we'll be discussing tomorrow night. I don't think any of them were major. They were, providing some additional information on plans prior to construction and things like that. But yeah, that's tomorrow night.
And you said you're expecting to close on that one?
I'm hoping to.
All right. Any questions, comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. At the beginning, can you go back to the first couple slides of the presentation for a second? There was a mention of something that went before the select board. Oh, yeah, so next slide. Amendment signed by the select board based on current build out. So the last time we talked, somebody from the select board got up and said that it was an extension of the purchase and sale that went before the select board. Is this saying that the select board actually saw a change in the plans? Or explain what this document is, and is it like a link here since it's underlined, or how do we see that?
It is not a link. I can say that first. That was just emphasis, I think.
Okay. And are you saying that they reviewed a new plan, or?
At the time that the first amendment to the purchase and sale agreement was done, there had been a number of iterations with the plans that at the time that agreement was signed, the select board was aware of. They were aware of there's reference to that agreement to this current plan almost exactly. In fact, I think there was only one less affordable unit that was mentioned in that agreement. But, we spend a lot of time with this board last time talking about, planning submittal. And, I just think in the opinion of town council that this isn't necessarily the appropriate forum to run through all of that.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that town council advised us by letter that from the perspective of the planning board's jurisdiction, this application is properly before the planning board in its current form. It was signed by the applicant and by the property owner, happens to be the town, and whatever may have gone on before that, from this board's jurisdiction, the application is properly before the board to be reviewed for compliance with the zoning bylaw as it exists.
And
I respect that, and I saw the letter from council as well. I just was curious. I just wanted to be sure about this point at the bottom. But so, in reference to the letter from council, so it's about the bylaw, right? Are they in compliance with the bylaw? That's what's to be considered here. Again, and I'm gonna ride the new guy thing for just a little bit longer because I'm not in double-digit meetings yet, but. Can you help us understand, maybe to you, Mr. Chair, or Fiona, what are the yes and no aspects of the bylaw? Like, I understand by right 12 units, you're asking for 17, right? 17 is under the cap. I understand that piece of it, but what are the parts of the bylaw that are to be scrutinized by the board to say, yes, this is acceptable or not, other than it's more than the by right, but lower than the cap?
Yeah, so there could be a long-winded answer for that because there are a number of sections of the bylaw that, but basically, Section 12 of the zoning bylaw governs this, and among other things, some of the more notable elements of that are the maximum building height, the maximum density, the nature of the use that's being proposed, and various dimensional requirements, setbacks, location of amenities and driveways, and it really can't summarize it in 25 words or less.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just add on also special permit, the special permit granting authority, the planning board makes a determination of the application and its compliance with special permit criteria that's outlined in the bylaw as well. So section 1.5.5. Yes, 1.5.5. Bob had little faith that I would remember that. I don't know if I should be offended. So those, the special permit criteria, Greg, coupled with the specific requirements that are outlined in section 12 dictate how the board makes its decision. I hope that answered your question.
Two things. First, the image we have now is all red, which I would think would be all brick.
That image,
which I'd really like.
that image was from the original RFP response, where it was a very different
Okay.
build-out.
Okay, but now to the 1.5.5. In addition to all those other rules, I think that we still have to, it's a special permit, so we still have to do the 1.5.5 findings. And one of them is compatibility, and the last one is preservation of the area, historic and whatnot. So that's a challenge for us to decide how you make that decision. And I don't think the bylaw lays out you may consider, you may not consider. What I'm interested in here is that there's at least 30 some odd written comments and a rather considerable number of others who've already spoken to us. So there's a lot of interest and concern on both sides. And I basically wanted to know, have the selectmen endorsed what we've got now? Have they voted to endorse it? And I think Fiona told me, no, they haven't voted on it. That's maybe why I don't know if they have or not. So anyway, that's what's bothering me.
So I will, and not to get too far into the weeds, but having joined the project more than partway through, the project had already been through a bunch of iterations. My legal counsel reviewed all of the various documents, the original purchase and sale agreement endorsed by the selectmen and the amended.
I'm not worried about, I understand that there are other people looking at the legal questions that have been raised by some people here.
I think the answer answers your question, though. I think the answer answers your question, that they were sufficiently satisfied.
No.
That
My question was, has the select board taken a vote saying they're okay with or they like what you're doing now? And apparently the answer is no, they haven't. And I think that's as much as we can. Maybe people will tell us. Got a hand back there. Yeah, you got to be at a.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, before I just want to remind the board that we have a very limited purview of what we can control, and we should not speak on behalf of the select.
I'm asking support. Right. Is there support or is there not support? And I'd like to. I take that as a vote, and
sure.
No one knows whether there was a vote taken, or no one can tell me that there was a vote taken.
I can. So, I'm John Grant. I'm the president of GSX. I'm also a registered architect. I designed every one of these different buildings. And the reason that the changes happened were mostly due to wetlands delineations, as well as a number of situations with waste, with and I don't want to really get into that. So you're asking me though, every time we did a change, I sat with Evan and reviewed the drawings and gave him a set of drawings to go back to the selectmen. Each time they saw the drawings, they approved them and got back. This last set.
They approved them? How did they?
Well, they said we could proceed with the drawings as they were amended.
Was there something done in a public meeting?
I have no idea. I do know this, however, that they had the drawings before they signed the extension, and so I have to feel that they had agreed that the drawings were acceptable before they would sign the extension. And you're shaking your head. I don't understand how you can doubt that that's the case.
That doesn't give me as much good feeling as knowing that they took
Well,
a
that's
vote.
not really the issue tonight.
Sir, have you seen the signed amended agreement?
No. That wasn't submitted to us, I don't think.
Well, I'm sure it's all part of the record.
Of
Signed,
whose record?
the town's record.
We have a record.
Right.
So to have to come here and educate members of the board on the bylaws that they're voting and talk about other documents that are in force, legal binding documents is now really what we're here to discuss.
I'm asking about support.
Just let's make sure we're clear on one point. The application that was submitted to us was signed by the applicant, was signed by the town, by the town administrator on behalf of the town. Those signatures indicate, can be reasonably understood as indicating the signatories to this application have authorized the board to proceed with a review of the application as it was submitted to us. The history that may have led up to that is in one very real sense irrelevant because the application was properly signed by authorized parties. We may question or argue about the history that led up to that, but council has advised us that the application itself is proper. It is fully authorized by all parties involved. You might wonder how that authorization came about, but the fact is that it is there.
And Mr. Chairman, that's really my only point. I mean, we feel very comfortable and confident that documents are in order, and I would love to share this with you. But we did in preparation after the last meeting and going through all of the items that really are not.
I've been given to believe that the people who should are looking into whatever needs looked into on the documents. I'm just asking about demonstrated support. Like, we send these things to each department and ask for replies. I don't know that we've ever gotten anything from the select board.
So this is a legal binding purchase and sale agreement endorsed by the selectmen, referencing the existing project. I just don't know what else.
The question Bob is asking is a fair question, if not 100% relevant to the board's review, but it is a fair question. Has the select board explicitly voted to support this? Implicitly, there's arguments to be made that by authorizing this to be signed,
Well, they signed it.
there's an implicit support there.
They signed it.
Yep.
The select board signed it. The head of the selectmen signed that document. So I would assume he saw it, and I would assume that they took a vote on it.
Well, I've asked and been told no one can tell me about a vote.
I think the
but I don't care about that. I just care about
If I can,
them expressing to us how they feel.
We're going down a path that I'm not sure is going to be productive. Fiona?
I would second that. I also would just like to clarify, firstly, I don't think we should be speaking on behalf of Evan when he's not here. So that's one thing. And another thing is, again, I just want to reiterate, yes, it was a complicated road to get here, but what Bob is talking about, I have no, other than the signed purchase and sale agreement and the amendment to that, those are the only signatures that we have. But again, it's really a moot point. We can only oversee and have so much control. I mean, the select board is allowed to
asking for control.
Understood.
All right? Done with it.
Any other questions, comments from the board at this point?
Have they finished? Yeah,
Do you have anything more?
finished. You finished.
I think we answered the question at hand. Tried to, anyways.
Okay. So I will now open this hearing for public comment. Again, I would like to remind everybody, number one, we've just emphasized what the board's jurisdiction is and is not. I mentioned this at the beginning, but I'll mention it again since it's been a while. Ask that anybody who does wish to make a comment, respect everybody's time here. Avoid repeating things that have already been said that are already on the record. We ask that speakers be respectful and courteous and focus on matters that are within the planning board's jurisdiction to the best of your ability. We ask that everybody in attendance be courteous and respectful of the speakers. Each speaker has a right to be heard without interruption or interference. I'd ask you to refrain from expressing approval or disapproval in any manner, whether audibly or visibly. Just let the speakers speak. I want to hear what they have to say. With that, I'll open the floor to public comments. I have a hand raised on Zoom.
Can you advance to maybe the orthos at the end that show the proposed work?
David, this is Andrea. I didn't get a chance to speak from the board's perspective.
Go ahead.
I would just like to say, if we're speaking as a board together, then I don't think that the planner can second something. So, the board members here can have a discussion, but when I'm hearing people outside the board seconding something, it just sounds like it's not proper. So let's just keep it the discussion of the board members if we could. And I agree that we should wait and just let the select board give us something back later to tell us how that played out, but we can stick to the issues tonight about the permit. I think that's about the zoning. I think that's really what we need to do.
Okay, anything else from the board? If not, I'll open the floor to the public. I have 2 hands on Zoom. I'll take those first, and then we'll go to the room. If anybody has the first hand I saw raised was from Edward Prisby.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, and just a reminder for everybody who's commenting, make sure you give us your name and address for the record.
Sure, Edward Prisby, 25 Danielle Drive. Look, I got to say right off the bat, the way this conversation just started at the end here is completely inappropriate. Never in my time, on all my years in Grafton, being on the planning board, being on the finance committee, being on the select board, and being on the Affordable Housing Trust, never once did I ever hear anybody on the planning board ask, well, what does the Board of Selectmen want to do? That is wildly, wildly inappropriate. You guys have one job. It is to determine whether or not a special permit ought to be issued in this instance, and the criteria for that is whether or not it complies with the zoning. This town went to town meeting and took a vote to change the zoning back in 2020 to allow for high density. That is what you have before you. That conversation that I just heard is the genesis of a lawsuit that will cost the town millions of dollars. Okay, that is so inappropriate. And for Andrea to get on here and say, oh, well, let's keep it to the topic. Since when has Andrea kept it to the topic? All I've heard for the past 3 meetings is something about cute little shops at the bottom. And what does the select board think? You guys need to stay in your lane. And if you don't, then you're going to enter my world. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a civil litigator.
David, I'm sorry, but earlier you asked for people not to attack other people. Can you ask the person to not speak about one of your board?
You know what, Andrea? You're an elected representative on the board in a community that I live in. So no, I'm not attacking you. I'm pointing out where you're wrong and where you have been repeatedly wrong over the course of the past month. Very publicly, very wrong. You called this shameful at the last meeting. I think it's shameful that the fix seems to be in against housing in one of the most expensive communities to live in the United States. I'm not sure if you know that because you want to shop. And yet at the same time you say, oh, it's about traffic, but I want shops. No, your purview is not to look to the select board. It is not to consider the RFP. It is not to consider the purchase and sale agreement. Your sole role here is to determine whether or not a special permit ought to be issued. Period. End of story. If not, the Affordable Housing Trust will likely see you in court, as I will imagine GSX. I hope I made myself clear.
All right, let's not have any more of these personalities involved. This is not what I would like to hear as public comments. I don't want to
Dave,
hear people.
it's not about a
insulting other
personality.
people.
I've been sitting here listening to this absolute rubbish for 3 straight meetings. I'm upset. Other people are upset. And they don't look around the room. Are people upset? They're probably not, because it's not people who are being represented by the ability to have affordable housing. So I'm sorry if you don't like it, but that's how other people in the community are feeling. So there's your support for the project, Bob.
All right.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Just, can I? The bylaw also includes 1.5.5 requirements that I mentioned. We have to make those decisions, and we will make those decisions.
All right, let's move on. I've got another hand raised on Zoom, and I think after that I'll go to the audience here in the room. Bob Carroll?
Mr. Chair, there's 2 hands on Zoom, just so you're clear.
Yes. Bob Carroll?
Hi, David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So to the chair, to the applicant, in the architect, this is more about architecture and design, so we'll stay away from the inflammatory comments. But in the architecture and design considerations, why are we not looking at, like, leadership in energy and environment and solar panels and those kinds of things for sustainability and efficiency in the design?
There are a number of those items that are included in the design. Roof will be solar ready. We're exploring the highest efficiency mechanicals for inside insulation. The state already has, very strict rules and guidelines for the performance of these buildings. And we're certainly looking to enhance those on just about every level.
So will you be looking to get this project LEED certified?
I don't think we'll go as far as LEED certified, but I'm not sure that decision's been 100% made.
Okay, so I guess to the board, I'd like to see, those considerations taken, and at least documented if that is the case, that, that is indeed what we're going to have here.
Okay, I've got a couple more hands. Is that everything, Bob Carroll?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I've got a couple more hands on Zoom, but I'm going to go to the room here for a couple of hands. The gentleman in the front here.
Name's Craig Polar, 55 Miriam Road. 2 quick questions. Did the select board sign off on the first RFP for the multiple use? That's a quick question. Did they sign off on the original RFP?
To
Number
the best
2.
of my knowledge, yes, that was issued by the select board through the town administrator.
So it was voted in originally. The original plans were voted in.
I can't be certain of that, but I believe the select board did actually vote to issue the RFP.
I'd like to know that answer. Number 2, why, when this was brought up last month, and the question was addressed, question asked, did the select board see this and have they voted this in? Did anybody ask the select board in the last month? Apparently not. Why not?
That question's already on the table and will be addressed to the
Why is it
extent
taking another month to have that happen?
If I may, Mr. Chair, it's not under this board's purview. This board has a specific things that they need to look at. The select board's decision that they made to sign the PNS and the amendment, that is the select board's decision. We really can't be going around in circles about this. This board can't. It's not.
It's not a circle though. It's an original plan was submitted. It's been changed drastically.
Sir, the plan that is presented here, the First Amendment to the Purchase and Sale Agreement that's signed by the Select Board, references an agreement with the Housing Authority Trust to the number that spells out the amount of affordable units. That plan is referenced. The amendment to the purchase and sale was signed 14 days after the agreement with the Housing Authority.
Yep. So can you answer the question? Did the select board sign off on this new amendment?
Excuse me, sir. We've already been discussing this topic. You are asking a question that's already been asked.
Okay, that's all
and
I had.
discussed. We don't need to.
Great. Look forward to
We
hearing
know
the
that
answer.
many
That's all we
people
need.
have that question. We don't need to have it asked 6,000 times.
Okay, good. Like to hear the answer. That'd be great.
Angela H.U., 30 Nelson Street, North Grafton. Just getting to the point here on this. One thing that's a concern as a resident is that this is town-owned land. It belongs to the residents of this town. It is proper for the owners of this property to ask the questions that are before this board. Having the town planner go through people's comments and let us know what's proper and improper to ask is improper. We have every right to ask about property that is owned by the residents of this town. To make us all come to a meeting again and not have these basic questions answered, but instead tell us to go to the other boards. Well, I went to the Affordable Housing Trust Board meeting. Unlike this meeting, there was no welcome of public comment. Not for those on Zoom, not for those in the room. However, the meeting before that, on July 11th, Mr. Prisby, who was just voted in as chair, admonished the developer for being in breach of its contract with the Affordable Housing Trust. The town planner, on record, backed up Mr. Prisby and said that's true. What we have in front of us is an LLC that was created in April of this year. 17 to 27 Upton Street didn't exist. The people that are before you have no right to be speaking regarding the PNS agreement in the option because their name wasn't on that document. Instead, the LLC that is on that document isn't even registered to do business in Massachusetts. What is happening in this town? How did we get to a point that we are admonishing boards by other boards coming in and telling people what their jurisdiction is? How do we work in silos effectively and not talk to each other? There is a separate agreement with the Affordable Housing Trust that the newly elected chair, in your presence, Mr. Robbins, in your presence, said to you on July 11th and said to the developer, you are in breach of the agreement that is tied to the select board's agreement. What we have here is a fraud. It's a figment of their imagination. It's masquerading as if it's real and it's not. So we aren't going to shut up. We are not intimidated by the threat of litigation. Mr. Prisby isn't the only lawyer in this town who's a resident, and we will use our voices. We will speak up for the residents. We will not be shamed as the last meeting took place. As you told us, go to the Affordable Housing Trust and ask your questions. The vice chair acknowledged that there were several people on Zoom. Not one was allowed to speak. There were 4 people in that room. Not one was allowed to give public comment. After telling, backed up by the town planner, that this developer was in breach of its agreement, there was review of bills. That board couldn't make sense of the bills, yet went ahead and authorized payment. What is before you is an applicant who's not on a PNS agreement, who's not on an option to extend. It's a brand new LLC. Brendan here hasn't ever been part of this project from its inception, never submitted the proposal, never was involved at that stage, yet is here chastising board members for asking relevant questions and telling people that they don't know what they're talking about. Quite frankly, sir, you should check your facts before you go and check others, especially when you are asking this town for an application on a matter that concerns land that is owned by the residents, and you've got a $1.8 million agreement that's in breach.
Are you alleging that the application here is in some way legally deficient?
It's improper. This is not an owner of the property. This is not 17 to 27 Upton Street was just created in April. The entity that has signed the PNS agreement and the option to extend isn't even registered to do business in Massachusetts.
So you are alleging that the application here is illegal?
I am saying not that it is illegal. You can say that. I'm saying they're not registered to do business in Massachusetts. They haven't followed what's required of them to do business in Massachusetts. Yet they're before you asking for a permit on a project that they're not a landowner for, and they're saying it's improper for any resident in this town or for this board to be questioning whether the Board of Selectmen has seen the multi-iterations. We all know this plan was never presented to the Board of Selectmen in the original proposal, nor was it done in an option to extend. This has all been part of a separate agreement with the Affordable Housing Trust. And in those meetings, it's Bruce Spinney who creates a subcommittee of one and says that he and John Grant will go over iterations of the drawings. I think this town has been in the newspaper plenty. And I think we should have a lot of concerns about what's happening in this room, the censoring of speech, and telling people that they're not allowed to question as residents what's happening with their residential owned property. That is improper. And we're not stopping.
All right, one more from...
If I may, I certainly was not looking to chastise the board at all, and my only reference to limiting comments is from Town Council for Grafton issuing the letter to Fiona and the board about what was really relevant to speak about, and what the board had to do with limiting comments that were not related to the bylaw and the presentation.
Okay, one more from the room. Go ahead.
Joanne Paget, 23 North Street, also happened to be in a abutter for 3 parcels along this proposed development. Came to the first meeting. Have never been against the project. Grateful that something will happen there. But I think it is unfair of the Affordable Housing Trust members to continually attack people who have legitimate questions and concerns. We are rational. We have a map that shows that this town is not against affordable housing, and I am sick and tired of being attacked as such. This plan made by Dave Robbins shows that we are not anti-affordable housing. But to have concerns about traffic and drainage and the number of people being added to our system, to our roads, to our schools, that is legitimate concern. And it is terrifying to know that we are being told we are not allowed to have these legitimate concerns. So I am here to say, as an abutter, 3 times I can ask a question without being told I'm going to be dragged into court, Mr. Prisby. You are out of order. I came to the first meeting and I said I was for it. I had questions because our properties on North Street are already flooding. We were told that they're doing everything they need to do, and I believe them. And it will remain to be seen if it doesn't work out. I asked about buffering because we don't want to see car lights shining in a day and night into our homes. I was told that that was going to be taken care of, and I believe them. We looked at numbers, we heard that the plans have changed, that they were all legitimate. And I'm sorry for the developers, because it's not their fault that the town somehow, behind the scenes, made all of these things legitimate without sharing it with the people who own the land. We own the land still. It hasn't been paid for. So if we wanted to question, we are allowed to question. And now my final thing is, we see right on the screen tonight about Studio 1 and 2. And I think Mr. Yeoman said that if this is affordable housing, it has to include 3. And I didn't see anything corrected about you having any 3s. And I just wanted to know what is the mix of the 1, the 2, and the 3. But we are not against it. The majority of North Street people, they had concerns, legitimate concerns. One of the other concerns is, are the buses for the school children that presumably will live there, are they going to be allowed into the property, or are they going to stop traffic coming and going on Upton Street? Thank you for wanting to build in our town, to provide options for people to live here. You don't deserve to be attacked, but make no mistake, so much of this is underhandedly behind the scenes that you have left yourself without you're responsible for this. The people in charge of making decisions, sharing information, were making all of this behind the scenes. We didn't know it was happening, and it's unfair to paint us as NIMBYs because we are not against this project. We would just like the best version of it. And thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to Zoom again. I've got several hands on Zoom. I'll take Ann Foley next.
Confirming you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Anne Marie Foley, 45 South Street. I just wanted to clarify for what it's worth. When I was on the select board for the second iteration for the amendment on the PNS, the select board voted specifically on the amendment on the extension of the PNS, but there were no schematics or drawings included with those changes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on Zoom, Bill Yeomans. Bill Yeomans, you're on mute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Bill, we can hear you. Bill Yeomans, you're on mute.
Can you hear us?
Now Bill is muted again.
You really want to unmute, Bill? We can't hear anything.
I'm unmuted.
All right, I can hear you, Bill.
I am unmuted.
Good thinking.
We can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Now Bill is muted again.
And in the audience.
Okay, let me go back to the audience here. Craig?
I'm going to sign out and sign back on.
Okay.
Craig Dauphiné, 5 Bruce Street. As you can see, there's a lot of pieces to this, so I don't envy your job right now. I had a question about the barn, and I know there's been some changes in that. You wanted, you were going to make it a beer garden or a marketplace, and then you were going to take it down and then find out you couldn't, and now you wrote in there you're going to maintain or retain the barn or maintain the barn. What does that exactly mean? Because when you do that drive-through, that flyby, it looks like it's all restored. It looks beautiful. What are your plans for the barn?
We plan to renovate, restore the barn, particularly the facade, and then use the inside for a storage component.
So
not exclusively to our residents, but also to others.
So there's
small storage.
So there'll be no public use of the barn.
No, the public would be open to use it
for storage.
For storage.
But there's not going to be any commercial or retail or any type of component where a gathering space for the community.
Not so much a gathering space, but the storage component is a bit of a commercial use.
Like behind Koopman storage, like storage rental?
Kind of small cage storage. Yeah.
You don't see more value in that barn than that?
We don't.
Okay. And one other question about the traffic, you know, I spent a lot of time in the common. I was over there last week around 4 o'clock and was outside for about a half an hour, and there must have been 30 near misses, horns blowing, pedestrians trying to cross from the common over to 2 Grafton Common, and, almost somebody getting hit, a car in the middle of the intersection, a car coming up the hill, blowing the horn at the car, trying to make the turn, but that crosswalk is so close to that intersection. It's very, very congested. It's like a pinball machine up there. So you said that $30,000, that's what you're offering?
Correct.
So you're paying $650 for the land, you're getting 1.8 from the Affordable Housing Trust, and you give us, what can you do with 30 grand? Can you even paint the lines, repaint the lines in the street between the project and the common with 30 grand? I mean, that's an insult, really.
Can I respond? So that dollar value was determined based on the increase in vehicles, increase in traffic due to this project. We understand that there are challenges today.
There is a lot. Yep.
And part of that, fair share contribution can go to funding additional studies. While our traffic study did identify that the additional traffic that we'd be, putting onto local streets didn't have such an adverse effect that it warranted additional mitigation, specific mitigation. So that's why this fair share component is our way of mitigating and giving the town an opportunity to do that road safety audit, which may identify other opportunities within the common itself, evaluating the safety of the common.
Yeah, we've evaluated that common for years and years, and I've been a part of a lot of those projects, and we've done work on that side of the common. And I've seen a lot of traffic studies, and I know what they all say. There's low impact to traffic. That's what they all say. Whether there's high volume and you're more volume, or there's low volume and it's a small project, they never come up with a. So $30,000 to do another study, just making the point. It's not going to help us with the current traffic, which is not your fault, but the additional traffic, if this goes through, 122 units, 250 cars a day going back and forth, is not going to help us with a common that's already in dire need of some help and very, very unsafe for pedestrians and for motor vehicles. There's accidents up there all the time, and there's 100 times more near misses that do not get reported or seen. But I would say take some time, spend an afternoon up there, sit on the common, wear a hard hat, and watch what goes on up there, because it's I'm making a joke out of it, but it's dangerous up there, and this is going to only make it worse. So 30,000 is certainly not enough for us to be able to do anything significant up there.
Help me get my solution for the common, which is the roundabout.
Yeah.
You think about it. You think about how that would work.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Bill Yeomans on Zoom, see if we can hear him, and he can hear us. Bill?
Yes, good evening. I have a simple question and observation. The project as it stands has 122 units, and there are 30 affordable housing units that are slotted to be the total of the 122 units. The EOHLC, and by the way, I should preface my introduction. I'm a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I am very familiar with zooming in. For some reason, it wasn't working. But the 40B comprehensive permits always round up the figure. And I want to just be assured that the 122 units, 25% of those would be 30.5 units. And the ZBA with comprehensive permits, and I know that this isn't a comprehensive permit, but the Affordable Housing Trust negotiated this $1.8 million deal with the developer to increase the number of affordable units from 10%, which is what was originally required, to be 25% that we're talking about now. So I just want to ensure that if this project were to be approved, that it would not be a problem with just having the 30 affordable housing units, because they always figure, when I say they, it's the Economic Office of Housing and Livable Communities, they always round that figure up. So I don't want, again, if this is approved, I don't want it to get to that point where the EOHLC is saying, wait a minute, you cannot count all of these units towards your subsidized housing inventory because you only put in 30 when 25% of the original number would be 30.5, and we always round up that figure. So I just wanted to make that very specific note that I don't want to see it become a glitch in the path to being successful. Thank you.
We've got that covered.
We're proposing 31.
Yes, they've revised their proposal to 31.
A good answer. Thank you.
And back there again.
All right. Craig?
Excuse me to come back up, but just one more thing, you know, just thinking about the things that have been said here tonight, and there's a lot of new information that's been put before this board, a lot of significant information that has been put in front of this board. Some of it related to the project, but some of it related to the people involved with the project and some of the process that's taken place over the last several years. And I spent some time up there. It was a very long time ago, and I had a good teacher. But it would give me pause, and I think it would give the board that I was on pause to do some digging. And I know that the planning board has a lane. I get that. You guys have a role and responsibility to enforce the zoning bylaws and the subdivision rules and regulations that the town has adopted. I get that. But this is an important project. It's the first time we've ever done anything like this. It's in a sensitive area of town where there's already a lot going on. We want to see something happen with it, but we want it to be the right project, because once it's there, we're the ones that are going to live with it, not the developer. We are. So anyways, I just want to say it would give me pause, and I'd want to find out some more information before we made any type of decision that could impact the future of this town for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room?
Just a couple of questions about the sidewalks.
Yeah, I don't.
Suzanne Pollinger, 47 Upton Street. The DOT is going to take care of the sidewalks, the Department of Transportation? Are they paying for that?
A portion. It's our understanding that DOT is installing sidewalks from the railroad tracks to just past the post office. And then our project is proposing sidewalks across the front, from that location, from the post office, across the residential property, and then across our project.
And how are they going to coordinate the Department of Transportation? I mean, they've got a lot of projects going on.
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm saying? That might be an issue. When that may.
I think that was supposed to be happening soonish in DOT terms.
Also, the facade, I think there was one view where it's all brick. Mr. Hassinger, I believe you commented you like that, but that's not going to be, that's not all brick, right? You said it's part siding and part brick and part?
It's a number of different products, but the two sides of it, the side nearest Upton Street is all brick, which took its kind of design from other buildings in the area, as is the other far, is that the west side of it? So the two outside edges are all brick, and then there's other brick accents.
Also the trash recycling, how's that being handled?
I hear you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, the trash and recycling, how will that be handled?
So there's an interior maintenance room, refuse room inside the building, so there are no outside dumpsters, so no fencing required. And that would be like an overhead door for a dump truck to get in, take the refuse out.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and just one other question, there is a lot of questions and concerns. I hate to see this project being tied up with legal issues. So hopefully this is all straightened out before you break ground. Thank you.
Alrighty, we have one hand on Zoom. Before I go back to Mr. Prisby on Zoom, is there anyone here who has not yet had a chance to speak who wishes to do so? Colleen.
Colleen Roy, 53 Elmwood Street. I was on the select board when this project came through, and I believe I'm the one who signed the amendment that was discussed earlier. And the select board, supported this project. In fact, one of the select board goals at the time was to improve public perception of affordable housing, ensure residents are aware of available resources, and increase Grafton's SHI. In the RFP, it was desired to have a commercial component, but not a requirement. In the RFP, there was a requirement for affordable housing, which they originally proposed 10%, and they've increased it to the 25%. And in the RFP said that would generate additional favorable consideration. So those are all things that I think are important, although probably not in the planning board's purview, but I thought worth mentioning.
Thank you. Anyone else? So we have on Zoom Nancy P., who has not yet had a chance to speak. So I'd like to want to make sure that those who have already spoken will get your turn, but I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak. So those who have already spoken will get your turn, but I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I can't tell.
Oh.
My computer's
I
off.
want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak.
Hold on one second. I have it muted. Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
He can hear me. Sorry about that. I just want to say that this project has been in the works for a very long time. And I believe a lot of the town members are overreacting at this point. When the contract was originally written with the town and the separate contract that was written with the AHT, these changes were allowed during the contract. So the fact that we're surprised that everything has changed, especially with the market having changed so radically, is shocking to me that everybody is so worked up about this. I do have to say that. The other thing that I just want to remind people is that, the AHT is spending their $2 million finally, and I think it's for a good purpose. I don't think that they could build this amount of housing and have 122 units count towards our safe harbor. And I think the location of the project is much better than, the Eastland project on Pleasant Street and a couple of the other projects. So, I just am amazed at the surprise. I mean, this was voted on at town meeting. The select board really just signs off on things. It's, the things that people are saying went on behind the scenes. I mean, it's all allowed in the contract, so that everybody voted on. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right. Ed Prisby's hand is up.
Exciting, isn't it? So listen, I just want to, Ed Prisby, 25 Danielle Drive. I just want to clarify a couple things that were said. At no point in the Affordable Housing Trust July 11th meeting did I suggest that GSX was in breach of its contract with the Affordable Housing Trust. I did note that under the amended purchase and sale agreement, there was an additional deposit that was supposed to be given some time ago. That deposit to the town, not to the Affordable Housing Trust, but to the town under the amended purchase and sale agreement actually has been paid. And, this is again about, not about municipal law, but about contract law. If you allow somebody to proceed with an agreement and they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars under the agreement, you can't later come in and say, okay, well, never mind. We don't want any part of this agreement. The Worcester Superior Court, the federal court in Worcester, would just toss you out on your butt. No, that's not a real thing. Second, look, this is neither here nor there for the purview of this board. But if anybody has any questions for the Affordable Housing Trust, you can come to my meeting and ask. We had a meeting and, Attorney Atchue was there and a bunch of other people were there. Nobody asked any questions. And we don't have a public comment section, but certainly, there's 4 or 5 people in the room. You want to ask a question, ask a question. That's perfectly fine. It's got nothing to do with your board. Again, your board has a role. It's not a silo. It is a role at law that you have to determine this application based on whether or not it meets with the zoning requirements. If you go outside of that role, your determination will be rendered arbitrary and capricious by a court of law, which will render damages against the town. Look, everybody wants to have an opinion and everybody wants to have their say in what goes on in their town, but there are legal roles here that need to be respected. And I know that Dave and Bob, you guys have been doing this a long time. I know you know this. And while I appreciate listening to all this from the townspeople, there are particular times and places where the input and the ire is appropriate. And in this case, this isn't one of them. Sorry. We're trying to provide affordable housing during an affordable housing crisis. And if everybody wants to character assassinate myself or past members of the Affordable Housing Trust, have at it. I'm comfortable knowing that we're going to get 31 units of affordable housing in this project when it's built. And I will rest easy when that happens. So thank you, everybody, for your input.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed, I don't think that attacking us and threatening us with legal action is really the best path to getting what you want. We've exchanged messages about that in the past. I think you're your worst enemy, but that's okay. You do
yeah,
what you
know
want.
what, Bob, same to you. I got to tell you, I mean, when you open a public comment section by soliciting, when you start to ask how many select board members have supported you, you're your worst enemy because that's not part of your purview. You're there to unbiasedly determine whether or not this application meets with the zoning requirements. So if you can't do that, then I'm going to remind you of your duty at law.
1.5.5 compatibility. How do I decide that? What does the law say I should do to determine compatibility?
So what the law says is on a reasonable basis, you have to look at what is presented before you in terms of compatibility, not with like what's surrounding it, because remember, we just rezoned this for higher density.
No,
so
that's
you
not,
can't.
you're not
So there is
answering my question.
So Bob, you've got an inn that is a stone's throw from this other project. You've got a downtown commerce area that's a stone throw from this. The people that are opposing this wanted more commerce, which would bring more traffic, and yet are at the same time saying, oh, well, what about the traffic concerns? The people that are opposing this on a traffic basis also supported 2 establishments that serve alcohol around that common and encourage people to drive in and out of there, okay? So your role is to determine what did the town intend with the zoning? Did it intend more housing? Yes, it did. Did it intend more density? Yes, it did. So I don't know how you get around that.
I don't know how I get around.
I'm telling you.
I don't know how I get around finding that it's compatible. I probably will, but you're asking us to take responsibility for deciding it's okay, and not having other bodies say that too.
Yes, that is your role. I'm asking you to do that.
Yeah, and I'm not concerned about most of all of the legal round and round and people going to court.
Well, you should be.
I just want.
You should be.
Well, no, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I hope not.
All right, this,
Well, I know that, but I need, I've heard the select, I've heard enough about whether the select board supports it or not, I guess.
Great.
all right, I think
We're in agreement.
it's getting close to 10 o'clock, and I think we'd like to wrap this up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we can address Vice Chair's concerns with the section. Which
Section 1.5.5, do we want to go through each of those?
Not,
Wanna go
not
through that?
tonight. Not tonight.
I think in our application materials, we did specifically respond to each item in section 1.5.5. And then throughout the past, 2 months, we have even amended those things.
Yeah, but like you said, it's compatible, and I have to decide if it's compatible, not whether you said it was compatible. But let's not worry about it. If it was all brick, or even if it was darker where the light areas are, I'd feel better about it. I want it to fit with the area, and I'm not going to get that. Well, you've made improvements.
Yeah, no, to be honest, we really did take a look at the buildings around. The inn is an all-white colonial building. We've got colonial features.
Yeah,
We actually went along those lines.
I know.
And,
Yeah,
you know,
I just,
within reason, may reconsider, some of those features. I mean, I think like our layout with like the design that we've presented, but we can take a look at that and see if there's something else we might be able to augment.
I drive up there every day, and I have a vision of coming into the middle of the town. I'm pretty good at visualizing, but make it a little, make it so I like it better, and I'll probably be okay.
All right, I've got a comment, another hand raised on Zoom. Fiona, do you have something?
Just, make sure to keep an eye on the clock. The vote
Yes.
past 10, but I think we're,
I'm watching the clock. Let's go with Dan Kusher on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Dan Kusher, 79 Keith Hill Road. I'm also concerned about the liability that the planning board may have created tonight. If this is denied for any ostensible reason, I'm worried that the town could be sued. And if the town loses, who's paying that? It's us, the taxpayers. So I, as a taxpayer, am very concerned and very disappointed that we got so deep into that, that the questions that are beyond the purview of the board. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
I think you can be assured that the planning board will do its best to review this project under the rules, according to how the planning board, we will review this project according to how well it complies with the zoning bylaw. Some of the other issues that people have raised, we're aware of that. It's on the record. We will take into account that which we can take into account within the scope of the zoning bylaw. But the board has always done its best to render a decision that is consistent with the zoning bylaws.
Of course. I think it's even before you, Dave. You know that the planning board did deny a special permit at that location for a cell tower when the town was entering into a financial agreement with the cell company. This was a long time ago. I think Dan Morgado was still town administrator. We did deny it, and they appealed it, and we won in federal court on summary judgment. So it's not the first, it can happen. And that was more or less on these considerations, what's it going to do to our the center. There were a lot of people who were concerned about it. That was a long time ago. Anyway, just corporate memory.
Let me note the time. It's 9:45.
Move that we extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock as needed. Is anyone going to second
Do I
that?
have a second, Prabhu or Andrea?
Second. I second that.
Yeah. Moved and seconded that the board extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
As needed.
As needed, considering we have one more hearing to get to. Take a vote on the motion. Bob Hassinger?
Aye.
Andrea?
Aye.
Prabhu?
Aye.
And Dave votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. The carriage will not take us away at 10 o'clock. Or we will not turn into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock, or something like that.
Or a carriage or something. I don't know how that works.
However that works.
Hand over there.
I see a hand in the audience. I want to try to wrap this up, though. I think some of the discussion is getting repetitive, and it's not really helping us to get to our goal.
I also have some questions.
Matt Often, 79 Old Westboro Road. I will not be repetitive. I just want to make a note that the town, the Affordable Housing Trust, and developers, we're in this three-way partnership with this development at this point. Like it or not, that's where we're at. And I would like for the planning board and the other people on the town side, administration and the town stakeholders, to be cognizant of that partnership that we all have, and be cognizant of the other stakeholder interests in this project, and how the other stakeholders, including the trust and the developer, have engaged with this partnership. As far as I can tell, on both the Housing Trust and on the town side, the developers have been in pretty good touch with us on their own, and whenever we've asked, we have been provided with materials along the way. And to get this far into the project, where I don't know how many dozens or hundreds of hours the town departments have spent on this development, and we've spent over $800,000 from the trust. We're so far down the road on this, it's really difficult to hear the commentary that I'm hearing tonight. It just does not seem to me that the town is wanting to be a good partner. And I understand the concerns, I really do. But the planning board has to really just kind of stay in its lane. And I'll not repeat that again, but I get really upset when I hear, in terms of compatibility of the project, that I need to hear from other boards and committees. Like, it's your job to do that. It's not, and you've gotten plenty of information in terms of public commentary and also written commentary that you guys can use to determine quote unquote support for the project. And I think there's varying opinions about that, but I think you guys have plenty of information that you need to make that determination. So I am upset that we're depending on information that really doesn't have any bearing on your criteria for determining whether this is in compliance with the zoning or not. So please just consider the partnership that we have with the developer and also the Housing Trust. And I guess I'll just say one last vote that I am also concerned about liability. The trust has spent a lot of money on this. And if this project goes sideways because of the hearing process within the planning board, it's hard to imagine any other result. And Bob, I was on the planning board with you, and you were the first guy usually to bring up the liability issue when it came to site plan review and special permits. So that's not a trivial thing. So I'll shut up with that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And
I think the sense is that we're going to be continuing the hearing. I just would like to best understand from a presentation perspective, And what would you like us to focus on the next time? Because we've, supplied all the technical data, the traffic, the stormwater management.
If you're gonna think about what would make me happier, you might show us that. Whatever you might be able to do.
So that's, yeah, architectural design.
Whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know that there are many outstanding technical issues right now. You do have, you're hoping, you're meeting with conservation tomorrow. So if we were to continue this hearing, at the next hearing here, you would know what conservation has done. You will hope.
I have a few questions too, David, before you end it, okay?
Yes.
So, when walking down that street, this is for the developer, the single family home that is there, it's right on the road. So are you planning to bring the sidewalk out from that and then move the road over? Like, how far over will the road need to be moved for that sidewalk?
We aren't proposing any work within the roadway because it's Mass DOT. We're only proposing the sidewalk, so it's from the edge of the pavement in, or edge of the pavement into the property. Mass DOT is currently reviewing that design, and they can provide us I expect some feedback from them soon. But we aren't proposing to narrow the road at all through, incorporation of sidewalks.
And the people that own that house are okay with you building a sidewalk on their property then?
It's in public right of way.
Okay.
We might notice what
Possible. So the street will be right on the sidewalk. There won't be anything to keep, there's nothing between the sidewalk and the street then.
There's vertical curbing.
That's it. Okay. It's very, very narrow walking down there. I've walked back and forth down there. It's really kind of a dangerous place to be. And I just didn't know how you're going to get sidewalk in front of that house. How large is this dog park? Because now it's looking like about 3 car spaces. What's the size that you've had to shrink it to since you've had to move parking around?
I don't have that area off the top of my head, but
Okay.
it appears
Next
to be
meeting.
about 20 feet long.
That's fine. Just let us know at the next meeting. That'd be great. And then, when we're referring to the space that you're using in here, probably not calling it community space because that was the original thought we had. It's more like resident space because obviously community is not going to be using any of this space in there. It is a large section of town. I like that people have left this map up here so we can see how much space is actually being taken up by this property, which takes away from our idea of walkable community. The more parking spaces you actually put in, the less walkable your community is. All urban planners kind of know that.
Great.
And so we just need to think about that. These are a lot of parking spaces, and I'd be for taking more of them away than granting more spaces. And I know that's, hard to do because there's not a lot of parking up there at all, but it is going to reduce the walkability of the area. And then the last thing is that flashing beacon light. That is so that the fire station can use that, come out during emergencies. So I don't see other properties around there that are causing us to put a flashing beacon light in. And so I'm just concerned about this fair share actually coming, we're going to be paying for this instead of the developer. So I think that needs to be talked about a little bit more before we just decide on this fair share contribution. And that's it. Thanks.
And I can respond to the RRFB. That is not in response to the fire department. That is a separate topic. The flashing beacon is for the crosswalk that Mass DOT is installing across Upton Street, further west, closer to our auxiliary parking area, and is not relative to the fire department. The fair share component cost is what was discussed with the fire department.
I just go back and look at what the DOT did along Worcester Street. They managed to squeeze in workable sidewalks in a lot of areas in the work they did, what, 2-3 years ago, that most people wouldn't have believed they could get. They couldn't get quite sidewalks everywhere, but they did some squeezing in. Looking here, I see some space between the roadway and the right-of-way line, however accurate Map Geo is.
Yeah, and in looking at the plan here, it appears that property does have a very wide driveway, so there's no sidewalk proposed where their driveway is. So it's kind of on either end of it, which is kind of the extent of the property line. So that is kind of the limits, I guess, of where the sidewalks are. They're not in their driveway.
Another nice little thing, make me happier, is if you had a little better defined, a little more attractive plan for the barn.
I just have a quick question, Mr. Chair,
Yona?
about the barn. So the coordination that needs to be done with MHC for the final proposal, I guess I'm just unclear about what that entails. So I know that the alternatives analysis will be provided. Are they going to provide something in writing that says, yes, we're okay with the modifications? Or
I think that's outside of this board as well. We will be going back to them with a response to their initial finding, and
essentially we're looking to preserve the barn as is, but make it look,
restore some pieces, yeah.
newly restored.
Okay.
But doors are current areas, and we're not looking to make any significant modifications to the exterior facade.
Yeah, so as far as the footprint of the barn is intended to remain exactly the same.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll be, fixing the structure and the cosmetics of it, but intend to keep the barn just for the sake of keeping it authentic.
Yeah. But maybe you can think of something, or a future path forward.
What can happen with it beyond this development? Can it be used by someone else? I mean, can it be made into anything more useful than just storage, or is that just how it will be kind of indefinitely?
I think it's pretty tricky, but think about it. See what.
Anything else from the board? I see 3 hands up on Zoom, but I think they may have been left up because all 3 have already been speaking. They may have left their hands up. But if there's nothing else,
Dave, this is Prabhu here. Something seems to be off with the microphone in the room. I can hear everyone else loud and clear, but I cannot hear you or Bob's when you guys speak up. It's very feeble, and then it sort of fades away. So you may want to have someone look at it or increase the volume there.
Does that sound better if I speak like this?
Fabulous. Thank you.
I have a habit of sometimes leaning away from the microphone. Okay, if there's nothing else, I think, do we have a good enough idea of what, you guys have a good enough idea of what you will do to follow up in this meeting?
I think we've got a good idea, yeah.
Okay, so our next available meeting would be
26th of August is the next meeting.
the 26th. Yeah, the 26th of August. So if that works for you, unless you prefer a later date, which we can
No,
accommodate.
26 will work.
All right. So I assume that you will be filling out the paperwork to request a continuation to the 26th.
And I'll move to grant the request to continue this hearing until August 26th at 7:30, which we are about to receive a written request for.
All right.
He's got
Is there
Second.
a second? Moved and seconded that the board grants the applicant's written request to continue this hearing to August 26th at 7:30. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you, everybody, for participating. We'll give everybody a moment to, if they do not wish to stay for the last hearing, to please take any conversations out into the hallway.
Yes. I'm sorry. Mr. Wood is absent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you adopted Mullen?
Yes.
Yes.
It's fine. Thanks.
If Justin isn't here, that's gonna change the who can vote or think about it.
Yes. Justin can Mullen for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Justin can Mullen for tonight.
Well, he hasn't Mullened yet.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Our next agenda item is our last public hearing for the evening, a continuation of the hearing for the special permit site plan approval at 12 Centennial Drive and other addresses.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Donahue from Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant Prologis. With me, and well known to you, is Robert Michaud of MDM Transportation.
Would you pull the mic a little?
Certainly. Our focus this evening, per the schedule, was to focus on traffic. We have a presentation, a comprehensive presentation on traffic. Not to breeze through it, we're certainly glad to go through it, but I'm going to ask Mr. Michaud to focus particularly on the streets that are in Grafton. We went through with the Shrewsbury Planning Board at some length, particularly the Centec Route 20 intersection. Glad to do that if you're interested, but we'll certainly defer to how you want to move forward. So we'll give you a presentation of the findings, some of the issues that have been identified, and the offer of the applicant for mitigation. Bob?
Thank you. Again, for the record, Robert Michaud, Managing Principal of MDM Transportation Consultants. We're based in Marlborough, Massachusetts. We've prepared a comprehensive traffic impact and access study for this use that comprises locations not only in Grafton but Shrewsbury. It's more of a kind of a regional or by community evaluation following standard industry practices. That study has been subject to peer review, and we've had an opportunity to respond to that peer review. I'll hit the highlights of that response this evening, but what I'd like to do is really hit the highlights of what the impact of this project is relative to today's baseline conditions and some of the assumptions that we have built into that evaluation as it relates to other projects, both being planned or approved, and how this fits into that puzzle, if you will. So, Fiona, if you could, the four principal points relate first to what we studied, which intersections were evaluated. Secondly, to describe the area traffic growth characteristics and projects that went into this analysis. Then turn our focus onto the specific project impacts from a traffic perspective, and finally to talk about the framework of a mitigation program we think is appropriate to mitigate those project traffic increases. On the screen is the project locus in yellow. You'll see a series of red dots that comprise locations, or what we call gateway intersections, that would be principally impacted by the project, most of which exist along the Route 20 corridor, where most of the traffic will be generated to or from, but also, of course, locations within the community of Grafton, and most prominently the intersection of Route 30, Westboro Road, and Pine Street, which is located just to the south of the project. Through a peer review commentary, we have also answered questions as to why we didn't extend the study area to other locations within the community, and I'll speak to that issue as I present. The next slide speaks to the number of projects that have been recently approved, some built, some being extended and may be built only in future years. There were a total of 9 specific projects that were anticipated and included in our evaluation. Within the Grafton community, the closest and most recent project involves the 5 Millennium Drive residential project. That was a specific question in peer review. It's a project that got introduced after we filed and is now included in our analysis and our considerations. You'll also see number 8, which is along Pine Street. That's 8 Pine Street. That was a subject of extension request this evening. That has also been included in the evaluation. 124 Westboro Road, the GFI warehouse distribution facility is also in this, as well as the Pulte projects along Institute Road, and then a balance of projects along the Route 20 corridor, the most significant of which is the balance of growth at Edgemere, the Plaza Edgemere, and some other residential projects along that corridor. We look.
If I may, just briefly, just for a point of clarification, the 5 Millennium project is mislabeled here. It's not a 40B, so just.
No, it's 40R. So.
40R, yeah. I figured I just want to point it out. Okay.
Good catch.
40B, 40R.
40R, yes. 40Rs tend to be a little more collaborative. So we've looked at a 7-year horizon, which is standard to traffic impact studies to include all of those projects. This next slide really represents some thoughts that we've conveyed to the town of Shrewsbury as it relates to the primary impacted location in Shrewsbury, which is along Route 20. It's a location that's been subject of conversation and discussion for many years as a result of the extensive growth that's occurring along the Route 20 corridor. I don't need to spend a lot of time on that, but to say that 3 of every 4 trips for this project are anticipated to use that location. And to put it in quantifiable terms, most people will want to know how much traffic a project like this generates. And we took a lot of time and effort to understand how that would function based on actual operating sites. In our discussions with both the town of Shrewsbury and Grafton and Mass DOT, it became clear to us that inventorying actual sites that are similar in size and scope and scale to this is important. This is going to be a UPS logistics facility, a regional hub. UPS has recently built and opened 2 of these facilities, one in Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, another one in Indiana, that are nearly identical in size and programming. In fact, these facilities are built in terms of their capacity for package processing. How many packages per hour can you actually handle? The facility here is expected to handle 58,000 packages per hour. Relative to the sites that I mentioned, Salt Lake City and Indiana, those are 69,000 package per hour facilities. So they're larger, higher capacity facilities, but they have a similar footprint size and employment level, truck fleet sizes, etc. So if anything, the surveyed facilities represent a slightly higher output and potentially a higher traffic characteristic. We've applied those characteristics to this site, and what we're expecting this site to do during peak hours, which is what most folks are most concerned with, because it's when they're usually out traveling to get to work, for instance. In the morning, we would expect about 172 total trips coming into the facility and about less than 194 leaving over the course of a typical peak hour, anywhere between the hours of 7 and 9 in the morning. It's important to understand about that is that most people, when they think about UPS logistics facilities, think brown package truck. Over the course and evolution of these facilities, it used to be that these brown package trucks would all go out at the same time at between 8 and 8:30 in the morning. I happen to live very close to one, and I would see that often. The business has changed. There's a recognition and acknowledgement that these facilities should take advantage of hours that have less traffic associated with them, meaning times after 9 o'clock, so that the ebb and flow of package delivery as one function of the building can occur outside of the peak hours. So the number of 172 inbound vehicles is principally a shift of employees who are coming in to serve a daytime shift hour, and the 94 exiting are a portion of the employees, principally passenger cars, that are leaving from earlier shifts. There's a very small percentage of trucks that actually occur during that time frame. In the evening, the trip numbers are higher, just under 300 entering vehicles, mostly passenger vehicles again, and 182 leaving. Truck percentages are a little bit higher there, but still modest. The brown package trucks I mentioned earlier are actually coming back for the most part after 6 o'clock p.m. From their shift. And in the aggregate, most of these vehicles, total of 480, are passenger cars, by and large. So with that, the next slide, the table I just presented actually is that table, but we'll skip to the next, which is easier to understand. The next slide shows in a very simple format in large arrows what we expect the hourly trip increases to look like in a snapshot of time. In this example, in the morning, when those vehicles are principally inbound to the facility. And you'll see an extended study area here that includes the Route 20 corridor on the top. You see this study area actually extends into Worcester, based on a question peer review had. And on the Grafton side, you'll see the boundary between Shrewsbury and Grafton, just south of the site driveway for the facility and just north of Centennial Drive, to include the Pine Street intersection, and then eventually working over to Institute Road and Waterville Street, which is Route 30, where it separates from Westboro Road. Again, extending the tracing of trips so that we can answer questions that relate to why didn't you study more than just the Pine Street intersection. And you'll see that these arrows, which represent the total number of vehicles, trucks and passenger cars, are relatively modest when you look at the roadways on the Grafton side. So if, by way of example, if you were near Institute Road, standing on a street corner and counting cars over a 1 hour period of time, you'd see 14 vehicles over an hour going westbound on Route 30. You'd see 25 over the course of an hour traveling eastbound. That's a vehicle every 2 minutes eastbound. It's a vehicle every 4 or 5 minutes traveling westbound. They're relatively modest numbers. If you look at the point east of Pine Street, that's toward the communities of Northborough and Southborough and those areas, you'll see those volumes are very, very low, less than 10 additional trips per hour, eastbound or westbound. So the relative increase of this project has its impacts concentrated principally to the Route 20 corridor, and on the Grafton side, principally to the west, but at very modest numbers. These distributions are not unlike distributions that we've seen for other commercial developments in this area for Grafton. So these are not disparately different than what you'd see at projects like GFI, for instance.
Are you distinguishing the big trucks from the small trucks here?
We'll get to that, and I have a specific slide that will speak to that issue, because I know that's a peer review comment or question. The next slide is simply the PM representation of the same information, and you'll see that the numbers are slightly higher, but still modest. As we look at standing at Institute Road and trying to understand and get our brains around how much more traffic that this means, we would see in the evening, anywhere from 4 to 6 p.m., one vehicle every 2 minutes additional going west, 27 in particular, to be specific, and 45 additional vehicles going east, right, toward the Pine Street intersection. It's a little more than one vehicle every 2 minutes. Right, so the numbers are quantifiable. They represent, when you get beyond the Pine Street intersection, less than a 5% change in volume on area roadways, and we know that because we've been involved in looking at other studies for other projects, including on Worcester Street, 244 Worcester Street, commercial development there, what the volume conditions are in that area of town, and we know that these types of increases represent less than a 5% change. And that's 5% rule, if you will, is something that the state looks at and that industry standards would suggest don't represent a material impact or change in traffic volume conditions that would warrant detailed study. It doesn't mean that the traffic doesn't increase. What it means is that you're not likely to see a material change in operations as a result of that type of increase. So our focus has really been on the Pine Street and Route 30 intersection. Before we get there, just to answer your question, Mr. Haffinger, about trucks, what does this mean from a truck perspective? The next slide presents a very pictorial version of what we anticipate the truck activity will be. You'll see arrows with two different colors: blue, meaning articulated tractor trailer type vehicles, and brown, package trucks. And the brown package trucks I mentioned in the morning really don't leave until after 9 in the morning. You might have some very small number leaving before then, but it is a small number. And that's demonstrated by the volumes that you see here. So on the Grafton side of this figure, which is the bottom part toward Westboro Road, about 3 or 4 package trucks over the course of that hour between, say, 7 and 9. It does increase after that, but it increases after the peak hours. Blue, we do know that Route 30 eventually does connect to Exit 11 on the Mass Pike. Mass Pike is a regional highway that will accommodate some of these vehicles. The proximity of this project to Route 20 favors Route 20 as a more efficient route to get to Exit 11, time-wise, travel time-wise, but we anticipate and have assumed that some portion of those tractor trailers could use the Route 30 corridor to get to Exit 11. And we expect, conservatively in this case, that would be somewhere as much as 7 per hour. That's probably a high guess, but it's a relatively modest number. So that's the truck snapshot, if you will. If we look at the PM equivalent of this in the next slide, we'll see that those numbers are slightly higher, but not much different. The brown package trucks on the Grafton side are about 11 per hour. Most of that is going to be returning to the facility as opposed to leaving the facility. And tractor trailers are going to be somewhere between 10 and 12 per hour. As a high guess, a conservative estimate. Again, we believe that a higher percentage of that number will actually be using Route 20 as a more direct and efficient route to get to Exit 11 on the Pike, as an example. Now, as we turn our attention to what that means operationally, of course, the principal impact on the Grafton side is the Pine Street at Route 30 corridor. These next slides, Fiona, are really detailed, and really I've highlighted the bottom row because that's really what's of consequence to Grafton, and that is the Westboro Road at Pine Street intersection. And we know, based on today's condition, that in the evening in particular, actually morning in particular, sorry, that there are longer delays for making turns from Pine Street onto Route 30, left turns in particular. That's at a nominal 40-second average delay to be able to do that. What that means is that over time, as projects have been approved and built, and as growth has occurred, that the amount of delay or time it takes to take a left turn in particular is just simply increased to a point where you might see a queue build up. Over time, independent of this project, with 5 Millennium, with 8 Pine Street, with GFI at 144 Westboro, there's going to be incrementally more traffic there. You know, and by way of example, 8 Pine Street was expected to add 60 vehicles an hour to that movement toward Route 30 in the morning, just as a point of context, right? So we know that project is going to add trips. We know 5 Millennium is going to add trips. This will add trips as well. Modest number, but it's going to pile on to what everyone else is adding to the intersection. And that's creating a scenario where a traffic signal or some improvement similar to that may eventually be merited, warranted. So what we've done is to develop a conceptual improvement plan, assuming a signal is implemented there at some point. And Fiona, if you could go forward 3 slides, there's a color rendered drawing right after that. Yeah, this is conceptually what we anticipate would be needed to eventually address the cumulative effect of development in this area, independent of the logistics facility, but obviously contributed to in part by the logistics facility. What it really involves is sprucing up the delineating islands that are there, improving the ADA crossing and pedestrian accommodation features there, and signalizing the intersection so that it functions at a high level. And if those improvements were built, we expect that the cost of doing that is on the order of $750,000, right? That's a realistic estimate based on our own experience with building projects just like that in this district, in this area, recently. So that's a pretty solid number. Now, the question, if you back up 1 slide, Fiona, is how does that play into a mitigation commitment? In the case of other area projects, there's been a proportional basis considered in applying or donating funds that would allow for that type of signal improvement to occur at some point. In 5 Millennium case, for instance, most recently the board has discussed proportional impact fee based on the % change in volume that's occurred there as a result of that project applied to a project value. And I think the discussion led to a $33,000 to $36,000 type contribution. We've applied a similar but more precise way of calculating the amount of capacity that the intersection is impacted by for this project. And it's called a capacity allocation procedure, a CAP. And it's been applied in other communities, Newton among others. And in this case, we've applied that method assuming that at some point a signal would be needed. What percentage of the capacity of that signalized improved location is impacted by this project? The short answer is about 9% of that represents the capacity impact of a UPS logistics facility, which, if applied to a $750,000 value improvement, represents a proportional contribution value of about $75,000. And what this applicant is proposing to do is a step beyond that and contribute $150,000, which is a meaningful contribution that would allow a project like that to be designed, for instance, and in combination with other funds like 5 Millennium eventually be built. And so that's the general framework of how we're approaching this project. We think it's appropriate, it's consistent with the methods that have been applied most recently in other projects and are consistent with what other communities in similar circumstances are turning to as a reasonable and calculable basis for determining mitigation obligation. Certainly, beyond that, there are other considerations that the developer, the proponent, is considering, principally along the Route 20 corridor and how it plays in there. But from the perspective of Grafton, that's the framework. Finally, and this is in the final slide, the one right after the color rendered, right there, we are in receipt of peer review. There are principal comments. Most of it is clarifying comments, quite frankly, providing appropriate backup for background growth and calculations there too. So not a lot of what I would call commentary that would change the findings per se, mainly clarifying points. But one of the principal clarifying questions was, why didn't you expand the study area to include the Waterville Street intersection, a few miles away from here? And I think I attempted to answer that in a simple way by pointing to the board that our impact for this project at those other external locations beyond Pine Street represents less than a 5% change and wouldn't be material, wouldn't lead to a material consequence or a need for mitigation. We have updated the safety analysis to reflect commentary by peer review. We have confirmed traffic growth assumptions, which was the subject of much discussion with Mass DOT, Shrewsbury, and Grafton, all up to date. And we've confirmed that the trip generation approach that we've taken is a reasonable one based on good industry practices in consultation with DOT and both towns. I will say that we've done a sensitivity analysis. If anyone questions whether or not using two nearly identical sites is not appropriate, we've gone above that and applied an industry standard as part of a so-called sensitivity analysis, which indicates a higher trip generation standard than what the empirical information shows. And even in that scenario, we've demonstrated that the relative impact of this project in the community of Grafton is no different than what I've just presented. So with that, I am glad to answer any specific questions the board might have.
I'm curious about, you have Shrewsbury, 900,000 aggregate funding, Grafton 150,000 aggregate funding, 6 times as much for Shrewsbury. Are you affecting, somehow, you having 6 times as much impact in Shrewsbury comparing current traffic to what you're going to create?
Not 6 times impact, but but if I could finish, but we are applying the same type of protocol to it. The entirety of the cost for particularly the Centec Route 20 intersection is estimated at $4 million. The analysis that Bob was speaking to would say that the project itself lends about 10% or utilizes about 10% of the capacity of that intersection, which would get you obviously to about 400,000. We're doubling that component for the long-term improvement. The short-term improvement, which was a slide that we went through quickly, which is the restriping of Centec in some fashion and retiming the signalization, is a cost approximately $100,000. That work is needed today because of the traffic issues that are created at that intersection, and we're proposing to make that money available to the town immediately to pay all of the costs of that.
Right. So the framework is being applied equally as it would be in any other community based on the needs and impacts within that specific community and the relative impact of the project on that community. It is a simpler and more straightforward process to signalize the Pine Street intersection than it is to affect long-term improvements on Route 20.
But the state's doing a lot on Route 20.
What's that?
The state's doing a lot along Route 20.
Yeah, they've got a $16+ million project east of here. They've recently completed an $4 million project west of here. So there's a lot going on Route 20, and there's a long way to go on Route 20. Over the past 4 to 5 years, the focus on Pine Street and Route 30 really hasn't risen to the level of emergency, so to speak. But given the number of developments that have come before this board, when you cumulatively add that up, it's raising the prominence and need for something to be done at Pine Street to a higher level than it has been in the past. Shrewsbury's been on the Route 20 corridor, has been in a more critical position for a longer amount of time, and because of the available funding programs that the state has been the beneficiary of trying to fix at least some of those longer standing issues.
Yeah. Happens that I'm in a position where I cast votes about the tip money, which is at least a big part of the Route 20 work, I think.
It is.
And we're not going to get any tip money to help us on Route 30. It's not a state road. I think.
It's not a state. No, it's a state numbered route, but it's local jurisdiction.
Yeah. See, I'm just worried about another override vote at another town meeting to get the work done when the time comes. We've had 2 or 3 overrides already, and they're talking about another one next year.
But as Mr. Michaud indicated, the 150,000 is more than adequate to do full design.
Yeah.
That, for example, could be the basis for a MassWorks grant by the community to close the gap in some fashion.
Okay.
It could seek other alternative sources other than the cost of the override.
I'm just worried about. This is one of those things. The town's never had a non-state intersection that needed lights. Every intersection that we've gotten has needed lights. While I'm thinking of it, when we originally did Centec Park, there was looking at the intersections, what was going to happen to the intersection at 30 and 140 in North Grafton, and I guess also then out at 30 and 122.
122, correct, Bridge Street.
And the particularly, well, both of those are overloaded, and if you're sending tractor trailers through there that are going to go up to the turnpike, there's a real problem at
Bridge Street.
Bridge Street.
North Main and Bridge.
We well, maybe not quite weekly, get pictures of tractor trailers crashed into stuff trying to make that turn.
Yes.
And fixing that would require totally rebuilding a bridge just behind it. So those are concerning places. I'll tell you, the folks in North Grafton probably, or anyone who commutes through there, are concerned. And you have the railroad situation there on crossing 30. So you have a traffic light, and then you cross the tracks, and you have another traffic light. And if you got more big, long trucks in there, big, long trucks ought to count for more than short trucks.
They do, and to that point, I know in the review of the 244 Worcester Street project, that was an issue that we pinpointed, right, because of the proximity of that industrial use to Route 140 as a potential destination route, right. So there was an evaluation that the board might recall that was done, a swept path analysis that would indicate what would need to happen to reduce the potential for those types of impacts that you just mentioned. But that said, I want to be very clear that UPS as an operator has no interest in selecting a route that is not efficient or safe for practical reasons. And I mentioned earlier that the more direct route is Route 20. And so the numbers that I've put up there are simply used to illustrate that there could be a potential for use of that route to get to exit 11, but in my estimation, not a likelihood that that would serve as a primary route.
You're going 20 to 122 and
correct.
Down.
That's right. 6.5 miles, 16 minutes, more direct using the Centec Boulevard to 20 to 122 connection to exit 11.
What are the comparable numbers?
It's about a 6.5 to 7 mile route using the Route 30 connection, but more turns involved at Bridge Street as one example. Those same types of potential constraints don't exist along the Route 20 corridor. It's an unconstrained route in terms of the width of roads and the lanes that would be necessary to use to connect to exit 11.
Of course, getting from 20 onto 122 right now isn't very easy. That ramp is, and then the turn onto 122 is ugly. In cars, it's not great, but I think there's a project. I don't know how much they're going to change that, but there is a project somewhere in the works at that intersection.
Right.
I think it may be moving.
Yeah, I believe it is actually. That route, it's really beyond the purview of what we're talking about tonight. But I guess the point is that UPS in its establishment of efficient routes is going to consider the constraints that exist along a route in determining whether they actually use it in any regular way.
Just want to be sure that we've looked at these things, because people will say, why didn't you? Why didn't you? You mustn't have looked at, why didn't you?
And though they were looked at, by the way, right, as a function of 244 Worcester Street. And the solution there had to do with pulling stop bars back, you might recall, because the swept path of those vehicles actually kind of flipped over the corner of where those were.
Except that that's gone now, and no one pays any attention to it.
The stop bar? So it needs to be replaced.
Yeah, well, I heard there was something going on up there today, but it's been a disaster area through that stretch for the last year, 2 years. Something about the gas company.
Yeah.
Keeps digging the road up. Then they dig it up again. Then they dig it. Someday they're going to get around to paving it. I hope that they do a good paving job. But, yeah.
Anything else at this point? Anything from anybody else on the board? Andrea, Prabhu, Greg, questions, comments on the transportation, the traffic study here?
I appreciate the sort of aggregated nature of what you're presenting here, considering the future projects and the total impact. I just want to make sure I've got it right here. So you said it's estimated $750 for the signal at Pine and 30?
Yes, that's that is the estimated value of that improvement.
In current dollars.
In current dollars, yes.
Yeah.
And there is a
And
contingency
so then
in that.
150 from you all, and then 30 some odd thousand from 5 Millennium. So then there's some contribution from 8 Pine, and we're still looking at maybe $500,000 to get it done.
I don't believe that 8 Pine actually had a formal obligation to that intersection.
Not that I can recall offhand.
Is there anyone else that would contribute to it as other than what we're talking about here, or we're just going to and again, I appreciate again the bringing us the total picture, and somebody earlier offered another, like, certain paths to get that done. But, to Bob's point, it's still $500,000 that the town's probably going to have to come up with. And I just hope we're considering that. I understand everybody's sort of fair share of things, but there's also a threshold. When we start to go beyond the threshold, the town was getting by, and now we're over the threshold. So I don't know. I just hope we're considering that.
Right, and I think to Attorney Donahue's point, sometimes those types of infrastructure projects can only occur once a design is advanced, so that it puts an application for funding in good position. MassWorks is one potential mechanism for that. There's a lot happening in Grafton cumulatively that would benefit by a MassWorks grant, as one example. And so really the $150,000 is intended to be a meaningful contribution that would present a meaningful potential outcome, meaning it just doesn't go into the bank and sit there. It could be used to actually design it and get it to a point where an application could actually be submitted. Until you get to that point, you can keep throwing $30,000 or $40,000 at that for a long time and not have anything happen. So we believe that the contribution is more than proportional to the impact for sure, and is meaningful enough to actually produce something, in this case a design.
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, it's our hope by going beyond the proportional contribution to hopefully jumpstart the project. It's worth noting that obviously it's up to the town to make the decision, but more than 60% of the building, and therefore more than 60% of the tax bill, is in Grafton. So there will be a reoccurring revenue source to the town that can be allocated as the town wishes. It's not, certainly not dedicated to transportation, but it is a continuing flow of revenue to the town to consider how they want to then be able to close the gap. So the 150, it works proportionally as for the methodology we described. Mr. Michaud gives a confidence that it gets you 100% design, which opens a number of options and doors as you move forward. And we hope that the town will undertake it in the long term, as UPS has approximately 2.5 to 3 year ramp up in its development and utilization.
All right. Anything else from the board? If not, I'll open.
Dave, I had one follow-up question.
Yes, Prabhu.
What is it within the purview of the board to look at the total cost of ownership or acquisition for Grafton? I'm just following up on the earlier question. If it's 150K, 180K is what we get now, but then out of pocket for the town, it's another $500,000 expense. Do we look at and say I don't know what's the tax revenue for 60% of whatever it is. What would that number be? Should we see, is it the planning board's within our purview to understand, is the payback within the next 5 years, 10 years? And is that something that we can factor in as part of our decision making?
I'm not entirely sure that would be within the board's purview, if I understand what you're asking.
If I might, we can certainly. I didn't bring them this evening. I just didn't think it was going to be an issue. But we modeled the tax revenue in relation to the front end TIF and everything else. So we've got some projections there that we can give you for an idea of revenue. If the question is that whether as part of the board's review under the bylaw, it can essentially, in the most caustic sense, hang the cost of the intersection improvements on a single developer, I with all due respect, suggest that exceeds really the purview. I mean, we've got to take a meaningful step. We think that offering more than our comparative contribution is that meaningful step. So we would certainly hope that as part of the partnership to be able to move forward with this, that we wouldn't somehow have to bear all of the costs of that just because other people weren't asked along the way. 8 Pine Street being a perfect example.
Yeah, can I ask a question? And pardon me if I really just don't understand this, because this isn't my expertise at all. I was told, and I could be off on this, that our tax rate is the same for our residents as our businesses in Grafton. And so if that's the case, and UPS knows that, and they choose our town to build in, and it sounds like you didn't choose any other sites but that one, where is it that we can come to an understanding how much money you're actually saving by, building here? And I'm not talking about, we're just talking about zoning bylaws. I mean, we're negotiating kind of a deal on this price of these lights. So if you can talk a little bit about that, if that makes sense, what I'm trying to ask.
Well, I guess the way I would answer it is, the tax rate is a tax rate. And whatever the tax rate is today isn't guaranteed, but that's what the tax rate is going to be. Otherwise, presently in Grafton, we would pay the same tax rate as everybody else would, because you have a single rate. That rate is anecdotally significantly higher than Shrewsbury, but that went into the consideration of moving forward. So much like any other taxpayer, we're paying what we think the community's decided is our allocable fair share of taxes. Glad to do it. We negotiated previously, and town meeting approved a TIF in order to help on the front end of the deal. But it's important to note that's the front end, because this type of facility has a long life that will be available to the town at the 100%. So beyond just paying real estate taxes, we think that making the significant contribution, particularly in relation to what we've heard anecdotally of what other projects are paying in similar type of contribution, i.e. 5 Millennium, i.e. Upton Street discussion this evening, a significant contribution in order to get going is fair all the way around for the standard that's supposed to be applied by the bylaw.
Thank you for explaining that perspective. That's really helpful. Then just because you brought up the TIF, I just have another question about that. Sorry. So when that TIF was agreed on, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that this project was only in Grafton. So if that changed since we voted on the TIF and it's partly now in Shrewsbury, does that get renegotiated, or what happens there?
Through the chair, two things. In 2018, the TIF was not negotiated based upon a specific project because there was no specific project. What there was due diligence being done by UPS to determine whether they're going to acquire the site, and we worked with town leadership at that time as to assurances as to being able to move forward. Physical issues as far as infrastructure was concerned and the like, did that in both communities. There was a schematic plan, but frankly, that schematic plan was done without survey, without topo, and without wetlands. So it didn't have, frankly, a whole lot of value when we finally tried to place a building on the site. So we did that. While it was negotiated and approved by town meeting in 2018, it has subsequently been affirmed by the Board of Selectmen vote that the vote of 2018 stands, and that the selectmen have voted to stand by that vote, and we're preparing and working through the town manager's office on the finality of a TIF agreement.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just to be clear on that, the TIF was based on whatever the assessed value would turn out to be of the portion of the project that was in Grafton. While as I recall, there were some hypothetical numbers done to illustrate what the TIF might be, there was no commitment to any particular dollar amount. The commitment was to foregoing a certain percentage of the tax revenue that changed over time.
Precisely. Yeah.
I remember the town meeting for that TIF very well because I was moderating the town meeting and our clickers weren't working.
I remember that part. Stop the steal was what I was thinking at the time. I was early on that. So.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Anybody here in the room? I have one hand up in the room. And again, as a reminder, name and address, and please don't repeat comments that you've previously made, but the subject for tonight is the traffic, so focus your comments on that, please.
Thank you, Angela H.U., North Grafton, 30 Nelson Street. Just a few comments. I appreciate the slides that were shared tonight and the information that was given. The question that I have is looking at this regarding how much money is going to go toward the traffic light. We've heard different figures on the Millennium Project. It's noted in a document as $519,000, but that same person that did the peer review had identified it would be $750,000. So my question for the town that I'm putting on the record is, where is there an agreement in writing? So as developers are coming to you with their proposals, where do we have this worked out in the town so that we have an agreement set up so that people understand when they're developing, when they're proposing projects? This piece regarding fair share is, I read through the document, it's very confusing what the fair share is really based upon. And so when I look at this with UPS, it's a Fortune 500 company. It's got a revenue of $91 billion, and mitigation, when you come in and you've got a project of this size, You don't have to go on the short end. You don't have to say, well, this is what we think is the fair share. You could come in and put the traffic light there. You could do right by this town. To come in as a Fortune 500 company and know that you've got residents here like myself and others who are going to be picking up the cost for a traffic light, and we're not bringing in hundreds of trucks to that area, I think is just a fair question to put on the record. We are a single tax basis town. We are half the size of Shrewsbury. So of course, Shrewsbury's tax rate per $1,000 value is slightly lower than ours. They've got more houses, they've got more businesses there. So ours about $15.71. I'm paying the same that UPS is paying. Other residents in this town are paying that exact same rate. The TIF, what I saw online for this is it's spread over 15 years. So while the working class are here and we're paying our taxes and we're not getting a discount, we have a Fortune 500 company coming to us with the advantage of a single tax basis community and asking for a TIF. Is this really good for Grafton? Is this really good for the residents of Grafton? Do we really need to wait over 15 years to realize that full value of return? There's going to be a lot of significant impacts by this project. It's the largest. It will be the largest office facility that we have here in the town. And so giving further consideration to that, I think is very much necessary, because otherwise it's people like myself in this town who are funding projects for private developers. We're the ones picking up the cost for the roadway improvements. We're the ones who are picking up the cost for these lights. And I'm just questioning the sensibility to have peer review studies done, and they appear to be a matter of first impression when they're being cited or not even being cited by the planning board. It seems like it would be most beneficial to be able to review those, discuss those with the peer reviewer before coming to these meetings. I also question a conflict of interest. I've seen for the peer reviewers, they represent the same firms, oftentimes are representing developers that are coming before this town, and they're also working on the other side of the coin of providing peer review and independent review for this town. So I'm just questioning if this town looks at that and actually has a conflict of interest statement and has that vetted, so that you have someone who's giving you a fair and impartial review when they're looking at these traffic studies, when they're doing cost analyses. Those are my questions. I don't know if you might have answers to those now, or if it's something that's going to be taken under consideration.
Well, note them for the record. I don't know that anybody has answers for those off the top of their heads, and unless anybody knows an answer off the top of their head,
Sure.
I would put it on the record. And
thank you.
I can answer one of the questions. We do have a form that a conflict of interest form that peer reviewers or applicable persons will sign that we keep at the planning department.
And who reviews that for the town on the town side? Who's the town official that reviews the COI when it's filled out?
It's the planning department's like standard form that they've been using even prior to my time. It's really more of a signature of the professional that they.
I was just wondering who reviewed it. I understand it's a form, but who reviews it in the planning department, the COI?
I mean, I would look at it and make sure.
So the town planner does.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're
Thank
only
you.
going to say, yeah, you signed it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no really additional review that would occur from my perspective. It's pretty standard form.
I suppose down the road, if someone found a conflict, then that form would be an important thing.
I raise a question because for 5 Millennium Drive, in an earlier meeting, their attorney, Mark Bobrowski, offered $100,000 on the record in the meeting, and then came back after the peer review was done that this town paid for. And I believe it's Maureen Bowman who did that review and then suggested that it be lower, that it be in the high 20s. It ended up somewhere now possibly in the low 30s. And I'm just wondering if we're paying for that.
I don't think.
How is that I'm just wondering, how is that beneficial, not discussing it with the client? Or if it is being discussed with the client, if you have a developer that's offering through their council $100,000 for this traffic light, and then to come to the next meeting and have that reduced by 2/3.
I think that the town doesn't pay for the peer review. The applicant does.
It's thank you, sir. It's the peer review that was being done on behalf, so for the town. Maureen Bowman, when I read that, that was her recommendation for the town. So she had reviewed this, and that was her piece that she had signed and sent to the town. And I believe it was addressed to the town planner. I'm just questioning, when you hear that on the record, when you hear, much like tonight with UPS, what I'm saying is, if you're having these numbers offered, my concern is it's being said out loud, but you could come to the next meeting, as I have as a resident, and you can see that offer drop by 2/3. And so I'm wondering, what's really the formula that's being used here? Because otherwise, the residents of this town, who are not, we're not private developers, we're not Fortune 500 companies, are picking up the costs for these developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
Mr. Chair, I do believe our peer reviewer is on, Stephen, if you just wanted to maybe see if you had any
Yeah,
additional
if he has any. Stephen, any thoughts to contribute on this topic?
Good evening, or good night almost, at 11 p.m. For the record, my name is Steven Saragusa. I'm with Bowman Consulting. So we did the peer review, the traffic peer review for this impact study. We submitted a draft review on the 29th, back on the 29th of July. And then also since that time, we've met with Mr. Michaud and his colleague to kind of really go through in some detail, all of the aspects of the TIS and of our comments of that TIS, and made sure that what they were proposing and what their comments were and what they're providing to us made sense. They were done up to any standards of the industry, and things of that nature. In regards to, the other projects that we have done in the area, I know my colleague Maureen was mentioned, and she has done other studies in the area. But I can say from our perspective, and any traffic engineer or really any engineer's perspective, that peer reviews are done on a strictly unbiased basis, regardless of what has previously been done for other developers in the town. We try to be as fair and as, again, unbiased as possible when we look at things and make sure that things are done correctly, because to the attendee's point, we are peer reviewing for the town, and we are making sure that everything that is done within this study is really going to be good enough and really up to the standards that the town has, and really up to the standards that us as engineers have. So we have fully vetted this TIS. We've had long conversations with Mr. Michaud and his team, and once we get the comments, full comments back based on our initial comments, we'll fully vet those as well. And any outstanding issues that are there, we're going to be sure to kind of talk with Mr. Michaud and his team and make sure that they are addressed, and make sure that this project will be as beneficial as possible for the people of the town. Any other questions? Please let me know if I've been unclear in anything, but I'm more than happy to answer anything.
All right, if there is nothing else from the board or the public, I think, you know, we'll be looking at a continuation to
The next meeting's the 26th.
next meeting, the 26th.
I might suggest going to the first meeting in September. We're hoping to submit fairly shortly the sound analysis. But by the time we get it to you, you won't have a chance to have peer review consultant look at it in any fashion. And we'd like to try
Which
to-
analysis?
Pardon me?
Sound analysis?
Sound.
Oh, sound.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so
So
first
I think
meeting
if
in September?
if we go to September, will be probably a more productive meeting.
September 9th is the next.
It's fine.
Yep, September 9th, if that's agreeable. And, do the paperwork for the continuation and
Move that we grant the applicant's written request to continue the hearing until September 9th at 7:30 p.m.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
And Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. We'll see you next month.
Thank you for your time.
And it is just 11 o'clock here.
Do we absolutely have to?
We have, what we can take in short order are bills.
Yeah.
I move we approve payment of the bills that were in our meeting material. I wonder if someone else wants to second that.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the bills be paid. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
And Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. We had, under discussion items, some zoning bylaw amendments. Time is growing short to get zoning bylaw amendments prepared and submitted for a town meeting. If the board wants to at least briefly discuss the whether or not we want to proceed with either of the two.
Two or three, weren't there?
So we've got two zoning bylaw amendments that are being proposed. One is posted to the meeting materials in about 3 or 4 different versions, but
Oh, yeah.
the essence is to amend the bylaws to allow residential use in the neighborhood business and community business districts, residential use in the form of apartments located in a building above any commercial use. So it's a fairly restricted form of something that we attempted to pass at town meeting 2 years ago, but it was in a form that wasn't sufficiently clear as to what it would allow. So the proposal here is to be limited in scale. If the board wants to proceed with that, we can work the detailed language at the next meeting. So what's the board's thought on that?
Let's do that.
Let's do it.
So
And anybody disagree that let's go ahead and do it? We can, as I say, we can work the detailed language. I think we've got, the take 3 version is probably fairly close, at least, my best attempt at it, but we can work the details at our subsequent meeting. Fiona?
If I may, Mr. Chair, just to add on to that, so this proposal is in response to what we've been hearing in terms of wanting to see mixed use, and allowing for more opportunities in our neighborhood business and commercial business districts, as the chair just said. So there's a couple of different ways that it probably could be tackled. So we uploaded kind of potential options to the record, with take 3, after kind of going back and forth with the building department, who will ultimately be enforcing any permits that we would issue. With their suggestions, I'm still waiting for, I'm sorry, strike that. The building department, and then we had floated, I gave council kind of a heads up that this was coming, but I didn't get any kind of substantive feedback. So the goal is really to just be as specific as possible to confirm that, ground floor, commercial, above, residential within the structure. And, I think in the grand scheme of things, the goal is to keep it simple and pretty straightforward. So try and propose changes to the use regulation schedule in Appendix A, the definitions, to be very specific about what we're defining, and make sure the neighborhood business and commercial business districts align with that. So that's a kind of a really quick summary of what's already kind of uploaded to the materials. Would definitely welcome the board to ask any questions, but if no one has any questions, then we can refine it and get it down.
I have questions, but I really don't want to talk about them at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, this sounds like VMU. It sounds like MBTA, overlay. I mean, it's all, there's going to be businesses on the bottom. There's going to be apartments up top. And then we're going to override that and overlay this. And I think we're going to have to explain this to the people in a lot more detail. And I still haven't seen the language from the last meeting where we were told that this development on Upton Street got rezoned and repurposed and blah, blah, blah. So I just think we need time to discuss this. If you're saying, yeah, we're going to discuss it, that's at the next meeting, that's fine. But the last time we did this, it got put on the town meeting before we ever spent any time talking about it as a group. So I just think we have to be careful about what we're doing. It's my 2 cents.
Yep. Well, the idea here is if the board's interested in pursuing this, we can discuss it in much more detail at our next meeting.
And I suggest we do that.
And it sounds like the board is interested and yes.
Well, and one more thing. I just want to say, if you put this many things on an agenda with UPS coming at the end, one of the hugest development we've ever had, it is really hard to get through all this. I think we've got to be more careful. If we want to have these discussions about these other things, we don't have time when we load the agenda with these huge projects, and we knew how big Upton was going to be. So it doesn't seem reasonable to say we're going to have time to talk about this until we actually see the next agenda.
Yeah, I would ask a similar question, which is, with the public hearings, is it possible to space them out across meetings a bit more? Just because I think it's against the purpose of the public hearing to have it happen start at 10:30 at night. You're just I think the average person is going to tune out.
Well, the choices are either to do it that way or to have more meetings, because you need the hours to do the hearing people and discussing things.
Yep, hearings are going to take the time that they need to take. Sometimes more than they need, because discussions sometimes veer off into side topics. But be that as it may, tonight this is somewhat of an unusual meeting tonight with all the business that we had to do. Yep. However, if we are going to propose a zoning bylaw amendment for the October town meeting, we have to have that nailed down before the end of August. Otherwise, we put it off until May.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if a planning board sponsored article has a little bit more leniency in terms of timelines to submit to the warrant, but citizen petitions.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of the public hearing requirements and the notice requirements for public hearings. Our experience is that you really have to be pretty solid on it by the end of August. So for now, we'll take it as we will pursue this. And I hesitate to use the term mixed use here because it's not the same as a village mixed use. But I don't want to spend time tonight going into all detail. We will discuss this at our next meeting. The other proposed change is to align the zoning bylaw with the brand new state law that directs that accessory dwelling units be permitted by right in residential zones. The law is very new. We don't yet know all the implications of it. The proposal here is to take a stab basically at, in advance of when it goes fully into effect, which isn't until February, but to have our zoning bylaw aligned with it sufficiently well so that hopefully we will accommodate the, again, there's a fair amount of discussion to be taken on this. And we really aren't, I don't think any of us want to spend a lot of time this evening talking about it, but the idea of trying to come up with a way for the October town meeting of aligning the zoning bylaw with the new state law, do we want to pursue that as well?
I do not. I think we have to give this some time. We don't need to be the first town to vote on this one. I think we should wait until there's a lot more has developed. You talked about guidance from the state. Our council, there's just too much to it to jump into it on that. It's gonna be a big impact, I think, on some of what we do and what happens to the town. I think we want to proceed carefully.
Prabhu, Andrea, any thoughts?
No, that sums it up. Thanks.
So
they were asking me a question.
Yeah. Prabhu?
The law.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
My thought is, can we move the discussion to the next week or the next meeting?
You want to discuss this accessory dwelling unit thing? You want to discuss this a little bit more at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I don't have a sense of urgency of nailing this down for the fall town meeting.
Didn't you tell me that the law doesn't actually go into effect until March?
February. So
February.
The part of the law, this is interesting, that the part of the law that says we are required to allow ADUs by right goes into effect early in February, which is in between the October town meeting and the May town meeting. So there's the potential for conflict.
And what will happen if we don't comply instantaneously?
Yeah.
Well,
Fiona?
if I may, just so, yes, that's correct. The requirement to have a definition for an accessory dwelling unit in the bylaw, it takes effect immediately. So if somebody is approaching uptown, building or planning about trying to get an ADU specifically, our bylaw isn't that updated. But with that being said, we can wait until there's additional guidance. The only aspect of the law from talking to fellow planners and council is that the actual definition for an ADU, that goes into effect right away. And the other provisions associated with that are February 2025.
Well, a point of clarification on that, though. That definition of ADU has been, with the exception of the one phrase at the very end of it, it has been in the law for 3.5 years. So the definition of accessory dwelling unit is not new.
Right.
The only thing new is a requirement that we don't unreasonably restrict. So we've been coexisting with that definition now for 3.5 years with no difficulty. As a practical matter, our zoning bylaws definition of accessory apartment is pretty much the same as the definition of ADU, with the exception of our definition doesn't allow a detached ADU.
And just
So even, even the definition part of it is not, it's mostly not new. Which I was I was looking over material very late this afternoon. I reminded myself that I'd noticed that before, that we don't have a definition that exactly matches state law now. So this is nothing new.
right. And if I may just say, yeah, the another important aspect of the law is the size requirement that's going to be applied to ADUs. So if they're at a certain square footage and under, they're by right in single family zones. Above, anything higher than that, we can pursue our typical permitting mechanisms.
Yeah, so that doesn't, right, we're not affected for something larger than that limit.
Right. So but we don't have that level of specification. But anyway, I don't want to. I know it's late. I know people are trying to wrap up. So I think if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'll put this conversation on going forward, and then we can.
On what?
I think
You're saying you're gonna put it on the next agenda?
Prabhu requested that it was.
Yeah, and I requested it not be.
So let's get a sense of the board of the four of us. Do we want to talk about this at the next meeting or put it off until sometime much later? So
We just heard about how we have too much in the meetings and we don't have time enough to talk about stuff. And that next meeting and the next several meetings are going to be overloaded already. And I don't think we have to do it.
Prabhu says he'd like to discuss it at the next meeting. Bob says no. Andrea?
Can I quickly jump in? I only didn't want to discuss it at this point of time today. If it's not that urgent, we can discuss it at a later point of time at an appropriate time. I'm not insisting it be discussed at the next meeting, to be clear.
Okay, so would anybody on the board disagree with the idea of putting the ADU question off, not exactly indefinitely, but until such time as we have more guidance from the state? Is that the sense of the board? Anybody disagree with that?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we've done what we need to do on that.
Do we need to do the rest of this?
Unless Fiona has something in the way of a staff report that we need to hear tonight, I think the board would be willing to skip everything else that's on the agenda.
I'm sure I could. Yeah. I mean, if you'd like me to, it's really late, but I can do a quick overview.
Is there anything we need to know between now and the next meeting?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head right now. No. But obviously, of course, if anybody has any questions about anything in particular, I'm happy to answer it. And
I used to get in a lot of trouble when I let the meetings go this late.
I think the chair would be willing to recognize a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we adjourn. Mr. Hassinger.
Aye.
Ms. Bresnahan.
Aye.
Mr. Venkatraman.
Aye.
Mr. Robbins votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you for sticking with us.